Honourable members, Mr. Presiding Officers. Honourable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this youth impact parliament. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the executive director of Youth Impact Movement. Endow senators and parliamentarians with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of this bicameral legislature, the interests and wishes of members will be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst.
O God, grant us a vision for this Senate and Parliament, fair as it might be, a fraternity of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a fraternity of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a fraternity of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a fraternity of peace, where the Senate and Parliament shall rest on the will of its members and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of this bicameral legislature of Youth Impact Parliament, Ghana and Africa. Amen.
Honourable members and senators, resume your seats. Honourable senators and members, the Right Honourable Speaker and I hereby welcome you to our first joint sitting of Youth Impact Parliament, Ghana, here today. We will now move to item 2 on the order paper, communication from founders, and that will be done by the Deputy President of the Senate, Senator Deborah Nana-Batiria. Yeah.
Communication from the founders of Youth Impact Movement. Dear members of the Youth Impact Parliament, as founding fathers of the Youth Impact Movement, it brings us immense pride and joy to witness the historical first joint sitting of both chambers of Youth Impact Parliament Ghana. This moment is not just a milestone in the growth of our organization as a testament to the commitment of each member in the ideals of youth empowerment, leadership, and sustainable development. We established this youth impact movement back in the year 2021 with a vision of creating a platform where the youth could rise, engage in meaningful public governance, deliberation, and be the architects of brighter tomorrow. This joint sitting of the pilot Senate and fourth Parliament represent the unity, strength, and purpose of our collective efforts. As we gather here today, we extend our immense gratitude to our patrons who have supported us this far. May we acknowledge the presence of our prestigious patron in the person of Honorable Kofi Attor. We say we are super excited for everything that you've been doing for us, and we appreciate that a lot. He is one of the architects of the governance of our republic, a former member of the Ghana's parliament who represented the whole central constituency, and currently the chief of staff at the office of the speaker of the 8th parliament of the Republic of Ghana. You're welcome, sir. We also want to acknowledge all other patrons in substantial. They are Honorable Richard Boston Divine, MCA for Home Municipal, Honorable Peter Nuchekotwe, MP for Akachi North, Honorable Emmanuel James Folu, DCA for Afajeto South, Honorable Emmanuel Bedra, MP for Whole West, Mr. Simon Avoga, President of HTU Alumni Association, and Pega Kanduran Tajur, patron in India, who has also been supporting us all this while. We humbly say thank you so much to all of them for their support that far. We hereby commend each of you seated here today and in absentia for your relentless passion, love, dedication, and support to this youth impact movement. And we encourage all of you to continue working together to achieve greater heights for Youth Impact Parliament, Youth Impact Foundation, Youth Impact Movement Ghana, Africa, and the whole world at large. Together we rise. Warm regards to you all. Signed by founding fathers of the Youth Impact Parliament, Jones Amagashi Viglo, Raymond Elikam Abuga, and Amano Na. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, the Deputy President of the Senate, for reading the communication from the Founding Fathers. Honorable Senators and members, we move to item 3 on the order paper. Communication from President. Honorable Senators and youth MPs here seated, and my brother, the Right Honorable Speaker of the Fourth Parliament, our guest of honor, and other invited guests here. It is with great enthusiasm that I welcome you all to the first joint sitting of both chambers of Youth Impact Parliament Ghana. This is also the second sitting of the first session of our pilot Senate. This is a defining moment for us, a reflection of our unity and shared vision for the future of our youth-led institution. As the pilot Senate, we have demonstrated our commitment to youth development through impactful deliberations and decision-making. Today, as we sit in this joint session with our counterparts in Parliament, we mark the beginning of a new era of collaboration and mutual progress. As the first bicameral youth legislature in Ghana and possibly the world at large, this sitting serves as a reminder that our strength lies in our collective efforts. Honorable senators and members, today we have here seated a very experienced legislator whose knowledge knows no bounds. Today, he will lecture us, teach us, and share his experiences with us on what we are doing. His presence here is a sign of respect and love shown to us as a youth group. Honorable senators and members, today we will also share a tone of our appreciation to him as he stands as our fatherly figure in lawmaking and legislation. Honorable Kofi Attor, we salute you. Honorable senators and members, I hereby encourage each of you to approach this sitting with dignity and responsibility that our positions demand. Our role as youth leaders is to set the tone for a brighter future for Ghana and beyond. Let us seize this opportunity with all the strength and passion we possess, with high hopes for the future. Thank you.
Honorable members, let's move to the next item on our order paper, which is item 4, communication from the Speaker. Honorable members of Parliament, distinguished senators, my big brother, His Excellency the President of the Senate, guest of honor, and invited guests here. It's my honor to address you all on this momentous occasion, the first joint sitting of both chambers of the Youth Impact Parliament, Ghana, which is also the second sitting of the first session of the fourth Parliament. This historic sitting signifies unity of purpose that we, as youth leaders, must embody to ensure that our vision of a better Ghana is realized. As parliamentarians, we have worked diligently to represent the voice of the youth, to ensure that the decisions we make reflect the hopes and aspirations of young people across the nation. In this joint sitting, we have the rare opportunity to collaborate directly with the Senate, bringing our collective wisdom and leadership to the table. Today, we will debate on an interesting motion. The motion reads that Youth Impact Parliament revolves that voting in the Ghanaian General Elections should be made mandatory for all electorates. In this debate, the Senate shall stand for the motion, whilst the Parliament shall stand against the motion. This debate will signify our interest in the success of the conduct of the 7th December 2024 presidential and parliamentary election of the Republic of Ghana. I urge each of you to embrace this moment as a call to action. Let us engage in meaningful dialogue, guided by a spirit of collaboration, and continue building the pillars of leadership, advocacy, and development for which Youth Impact Parliament stands for. This is a new chapter in our shared journey, and I am confident that together we will rise to the occasion and leave an incredible mark on the pages of history. Thank you. Honorable members, item 5 on our order paper, which is introduction by senators and youth MPs. So I think we should start from there. Since you are the lower chamber of the Youth Impact Parliament, I think we should start.
Yeah.
So,
Pass it to Roger. Roger.
they are not youth MPs. Then you be youth MPs.
Mr. President, Mr. Speaker,
Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Speaker. I respond to the name Roger Ayah on the youth before. Sapton. Thank you.
Yeah. Honor members, when introducing yourself, please don't rush. We want to hear your voice, so relax and tell us your name and the portfolio and which house you belong to. Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Bless. Continue.
Okay. The name is Bless Akoso, Youth MP for Karachi, Chumu. I'm the second deputy majority whip.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and then the President of the Senate. My name is Samson Setrafia, from the Majority Caucus of the Fourth Parliament, and then the Deputy Majority Whip. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Speaker and the House. My name is Kundu Bernard, Youth MP for Iowa South.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Speaker and the House. I'm in the person of Elias Nati, Youth MP for Wijak Babi constituency.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and Mr. Speaker. My name is Doche Samson, the Youth MP for the lovely people of Guam, Afro-Based.
Yeah.
Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, I am in the person of Elon Kosihaibo, the Youth MP for Pando constituency, a member of the lower chamber. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Speaker. My name is Enoch Sudoji, Youth MP for Sege constituency and also the first Deputy Speaker, and I'm part of the lower chamber.
Yeah.
Thank you, His Excellency and Speaker of Parliament. My name is Robert Alavi, Bole Bamboyan Youth MP. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Speaker. My name is Amabon Mark Bless, Minority Chief Whip, Youth Empowerment.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The name is Belief Akoso, MP for Keta constituency, and also Majority Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and Mr. President. Yes, the name is Robert Fiang, MP for Karachi East constituency, and then the Deputy Minority Leader for the lower chamber. Actually, the only region, I'm found in the only region with 3 letters, that's the T region, and the only constituency that if you want proper yam, you can order and I will get it for you. Thank you very much.
The President, the Speaker, my name is Vixen Bryce Salon, the Youth MP for Hohwe, the only commercial constituency in Volta region. The Speaker, I've held several committees
hosted before. I'm the fourth time member of parliament, and also I'm the deputy leader of the YIP. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, and the entire House. You are all welcome to today's joint sitting. I'm Hubert Agbahode, the majority leader for the fourth Parliament of Youth Impact Parliament, and then one of the longest serving youth member of this Youth Impact Parliament. And then I serve in different committees as well. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm in the person of Michael Stefano, the Federal SRC President of the University of Health and Allied Sciences. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Speaker. I am in the person of Doe Emmanuel from Nurses Training College, Parliament as the clerk. I'm here as an observer. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Eric Latomen, Speaker of Parliament for Nurses Training College, and I'm here as an observer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, and the House. Today is a very beautiful day, and I'm super excited to see all of you. You are all looking handsome and beautiful, but the Senate is looking amazing as well as, yeah. Yeah, no, the Senate is looking so beautiful. Well, you're equally looking amazing, and I'm eyeing someone there, but I'll tell the person later. So my name is Lena Abatavia Deborah. I'm Deputy President for the Senate, the upper chamber of Youth Impact Parliament. Thank you so much.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, I go by the name Selassie David Legend, Youth MP for Home Municipal Assembly, and also an interim MP for Youth Impact Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Speaker in the House. I respond to the name Harriet Senanu Abude, Deputy Minority Leader for the Senate, Youth MP for Whole Central, Chairperson Special Budget Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. President. My name is Ibo Jonathan, the Deputy Majority Leader and Senator for Upper East North Senatorial Constituency. Thank you.
Thank you, our President and Mr. Speaker. I respond to Elisha Kim Kahyan, Western Regional Sector Rep, and also Minority Leader of the Senate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and Mr. Speaker. I am Kelvin Azameti Mensah, the Majority Leader of the Senate and the Senator for Ayawaso Central Senatorial Constituency. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and the President of the House. My name is Oseifa Ignodasi. I am an assistant clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Speaker. I'm Mary Ketega, Clerk of Parliament, YIP.
Thank you, Mr. President and the Speaker. My name is Cyril Kekeli, the clerk to the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. President. My name is Harrison Victoria. I'm the clerk to the Senate. Thank you.
Yeah. Introduce it. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Speaker. My name is Gaku Daniel Kofi, Marshal for Youth Impact Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Speaker. My name is Kintu Benjamin. Marshal to the clerk. Marshal to the Senate.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. President. My name is Esemenu Moses, Marshal to the Parliament.
Senate.
Senate.
Yeah.
Honorable members and senators, I am the person of Adam Osman, former youth MP for Ashaiman constituency. I can now say, well, that I'm the speaker. I'm now the speaker of the fourth parliament, lower chamber of Youth Impact Parliament. Thank you.
Yeah. Honorable senators and members, I am His Excellency Right Honorable John Samigashvili, Speaker Emeritus of the lower chamber and now President of the Senate of Youth Impact Parliament. I welcome you all. Honorable senators and members, we will now move to the next item on the order paper. Item 6, Joint Business Committee Report, and that will be done by the co-chairs of the Joint Business Committee, the Senate Majority Leader, Senator Kelvin Azameti Mensah, and the Parliament Majority Leader, Honorable Hubert Agbahode. Joint Committee, your report. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and Mr. Speaker. Honorable members and senators, I am Kelvin Azameti Mensah, the Majority Leader of the Senate, and this is a Joint Business Committee report for the second sitting of both the Pilot Senate and the Fourth Parliament, doubling as the first joint sitting of Upper Chamber and the Lower Chamber of Youth Impact Parliament YIP Ghana, Sunday, 22nd September 2024. Before the commencement of business, the first item was the opening prayer. Second, communication from founders, which was done by the Deputy President of the Senate. The third, communication from President. Fourth, communication from Speaker. Fifth, introduction by senators and youth MPs. Sixth, which I'm currently doing, the Joint Business Committee report. Then we move on to the commencement of private business. The seventh item, presentation by guests of honor. The eighth item, questions and answers to guests. The ninth item, presentation of recognition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So after commencement of private business, we proceed to the commencement of public business, where we have the adoption of the first parliamentary committee on selection reports. After that, we go to the adoption of the first Senate committee on selection. After that, we proceed to the debate for the day, which is the general debate on YIP resolves that voting in the Ghanaian General Elections should be mandatory for all electorates. After that, we will move on to the commencement of private business, where we will have questions, statements, and petitions if there are any. And then we will end today's business or where we have the adjournment sine die to the next sitting of both chambers. This is the joint committee report.
Thank you very much, the co-chairs of the Joint Business Committee, for marvelous work done. Honorable senators and members, per practice, the Business Committee report is being presented, and if there are no comments to be made, the presiding officers will declare the report duly adopted for usage. Honorable senators and members, any comments on the Business Committee report?
Honorable Samson Doche.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker. My name is Doche Samson, the Youth MP for Kwahua from North. When you look at the other paper, in fact, there is no opportunity for youth MPs to communicate on whatever that is happening in their constituencies. So I would like to suggest that henceforth there should be an opportunity for us to communicate on whatever is happening in our constituency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. So, per custom, the private business is allocated for that. If you want to make a statement on a peculiar happening in your constituency, when we reach private business, you can make it as a statement. So there is provision for it. I hope you are okay. Thank you.
Honorable Roberts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and Mr. President. Yes, so my name is Robert Fiaunu, the Deputy Minority Leader of the lower chamber. The last sitting, we made a communique that there will be a presentation of award, the Speaker's Award, which was captured that it will happen the next sitting. And looking at the other paper, there is nothing to that effect. I don't know if there is an amendment to that, and it should be a communique to us if that change happens. So please, that's my input. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Roberts. Honorable Roberts, it's being captured on the other paper. Item number 9, presentation of recognition. So we'll do that there. Okay.
Recognition. The caption is not well. How do you want them to caption it?
Honorable Elias.
The President, the Speaker, and the House. Please, if you look at the other people of the day, some of us here are MPs who are yet to be sworn in, but it has not been captured in the other paper of the day. So I want to know if there is any provision for that.
Honorable Elias, point well noted. So, if you are an MP here and you have not been sworn in or you have not taken your oath, please rise up. Let's administer the oath before we continue. Thank you for drawing my attention.
Yeah.
So, you raise your right hand and you Say after me. When I say I, then you mention your name. I,
I, Elias Nati,
having been appointed
having been appointed
Youth Member of Parliament
Youth Member of Parliament
of Youth Impact Parliament,
of Youth Impact Parliament,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear,
solemnly affirm
solemnly affirm
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Youth Impact Parliament,
to the Youth Impact Parliament,
as by law established,
as by law established,
that I will uphold
that I will uphold
the integrity of the Parliament
the integrity of the Parliament
and the Youth Impact Movement,
and the Youth Impact Movement,
that I will faithfully
that I will faithfully
and consciously discharge my
and
duties
consciously discharge my duties
as a Member of Parliament.
as a Member of Parliament.
I will uphold,
I will uphold,
preserve,
preserve,
protect,
protect,
and defend the standing orders of Parliament
and defend the standing orders of this Parliament
and Constitution of the movement,
and Constitution of the movement,
that I should at any time
that I should at any time
break this oath of office.
break this oath of office.
I shall submit myself
I shall submit myself
to the laws of the Youth Parliament
to the laws of the Youth Parliament
and suffer the penalty for it.
and suffer the penalty for it.
So help me God.
So help me God.
You're using your seats. By the power vested in me as the Speaker of Parliament and in accordance with Order 32 of our standing orders, I respectfully declare you duly sworn in as members of the Fourth Parliament of Youth Impact Parliament. Congratulations, substantive youth MPs of the Fourth Parliament. You are reminded to sign the oath book before you leave. Thank you. Honorable Vixen.
Thank you, Speaker in the House. My name is Victor Marcello, MP for Hoho. Mr. Speaker, there's something I missed on the other paper, which nobody is speaking to it. About item 13. So we have to effect it before we proceed.
Honorable
Business.
Member,
Yes.
I believe item 13, if you have a question, is captured under item 13 questions.
But normally, on the other paper that we know, item 13 is being captured.
Don't
So
worry,
it shouldn't be a question.
Provision has
It's a
been made
must.
for
Thank
that.
you very much.
I've assured you. You should resume your seat.
On this other paper, you will not see item 13.
Oh no, that's because I can see it and it's not
Honorable
here.
senators and members, in the absence of any comments, in the absence of any comments, the presiding officers hereby declare the order paper duly adopted as business to be transacted for today's joint sitting. Honorable senators and members, we move to item 7, commencement of public business. Presentation by guest of honor. Honorable senators and members, we have the singular honor and privilege to now call our guest of honor to address this historic joint sitting, to teach us, for us to learn from his massive knowledge gathered over the years. Even before some of us were born, he has been in this business, and he is the best for us to learn from. Honorable senators and members, I was telling my colleague that today is a day for us to learn, because the man who is part of the architects of our governance and democracy is here. Today, you need to learn from him before it's too late. Honorable senators and members, we now respectfully call to the podium Honorable Kofi Attor, the Chief of Staff of the Office of the Speaker, to address us.
Thank you. Please be seated. I okay. You won't drop it. I recognize the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House. I further recognize all members of the Senate and all members of the House, leadership, clerks. I recognize all of you. I'm always excited when I come here because it reminds me of several years back. And I think you are doing well, so give yourself a round of applause. You are doing Normally, I'm very critical, so if you are not doing well, I'll tell you. You know, in the Bible, they say, my father's house, there are many rooms. If it were not so, I would have told you. So you are doing well. And I think the last time I met with you was when you came to Parliament, isn't it? Yeah. Yes. And then we also came here on the 30th anniversary celebration, but I was not there when the debate was held. And I heard you emerged the best. Of course, the best always comes from home. So I wish you well. Today, I've been too busy since yesterday. You can't imagine the class of 1974. I'm talking about Asian history now, to all of you, Asian history. 1974 of Mauli School. Those who left school in 1974. It's 50 years since they were admitted to Mauli School. And they are in town. They came to celebrate the 50 years of their coming into Mauli School. And as the board chairman of Mauli School right now, I'm now the board chairman. Of course, I've been the last 5 years. They invited me to be part of the celebration. Come and see dancing yesterday. Not the time that you do now. The dance is the same, no matter the music. Our time, the music is with the dance. Each music, and you should have come to see what happened yesterday. But yesterday, they made a big donation to Mauli School. They had fun. Today we are at the church service in Mauli, and they just called me to lunch in Sky Plus. At the time I was speaking to you, I had to leave them there, and I'm here. From here, I have just 1 hour more to stay with you because the whole central NDC is meeting at Captain Fojo's place at 4, and I'm supposed to talk to them and meet my former teacher who is 80 years old today, Mr. Kwenyo. I have to go and visit him and remind him of the things that used to. So you see how busy the day has just started. But see what I've decided to do today is because you chose a day close to Kwame Nkrumah's birthday. I think that this choice was wonderful because it falls into the presentation of Kwame Nkrumah's birthday. So I want to tell you something little about Kwame Nkrumah. That's what I want to do today. Yeah. Because the argument of late is whether he is a founder. When we declared a holiday, and when I say we, you know what I'm talking about? Yes. I'm talking about the great NDC, the biggest party in West Africa. When we declared Kwame Nkrumah's birthday as holiday, it was called Founders Day. Because we believe strongly and without fear or favor that he is the founder of modern Ghana. What MPP did was to reverse the Founders Day name to August the 4th, when UGCC was formed. I'll talk to you about UGC, United Gold Coast Convention, and then retained this holiday anyway, but called it Kwame Nkrumah's birthday. So the argument is he a founder or do we have founders? Do we have a number of people who founded Ghana, or do we have somebody we can pinpoint as founder? So I belong to the very progressive group that believes strongly in our hearts that we had a founder. You see, when you have a football team, all the 11 players are part of the team, but everybody is not the captain. Everybody is not the captain. And when goals are scored, it is not everybody who scores, except that there are assists. Somebody will pass to someone to someone. We want to identify the captain that led us to independence and to the rebirth of the former Gold Coast, and that's Kwame Nkrumah. So I'll tell you a little about him. I've been looking for opportunity to tell you the history of Ghana from the time of Don Diogo de Azambuja, 1497, the first Portuguese who came around and got to Elmina, and they found gold dust along the rivers there and stopped over there and changed the name Edina to Elmina. I wanted to start from there through the slave trade, what we call the legitimate trade, then British colonialism, and then. But today, I do not have that time. I'll come back another time to tell you the history of Ghana. But today, let me talk to you briefly about Kwame Nkrumah, so that when you live here, you have a little knowledge about the man who founded Ghana. He was born on the 21st of September 1909. That's where Kwame Nkrumah was born. I mean, it was a Friday, so it's called Kofi actually. Yes, Kofi Wia. Kofi Wia, but he was named after an uncle who was Kwame. Do you understand? So if you read the books, particularly his own autobiography, you see Kofi Wia alias Kwame Nkrumah. So we claim it. The Saturday is also claimed, but it doesn't matter really. He was born, was he not born? He was born in Jomoro district, Nkrofo. I have been to find money and go on excursion to Nkrumah's birthplace. We'll take you to the house in which he was born. There's a tale about how the mother was crossing a river in the village and meanwhile, he was carrying Nkrumah at the back. He stepped on some fish, and Nkrumah, who was at the back, told the mother, "You are stepping on fish." And then when the mother bent down, he actually caught the fish. So you see that the man there are always stories about great men. I'm sure after I'm dead and gone, they will tell you that Kofi Attor, a great man, was born in the tallest tree in Agona Sud. Anyway, so they'll show you there's a little museum in there which is worth seeing. Then you can come later and see the Kwame Nkrumah mausoleum. Nkrumah is one person who was buried 3 times. Nkrumah died 1972. I'm not starting from the death, so I just want to point out the details. In Romania, Bucharest. And because he was in exile in Guinea, he was overthrown in 1966 and died in 72. He was exiled in Guinea. Secretary was the president of Guinea, went for him and buried him in Guinea. When Achampon came into power in 1972, I think around 73 or 74, we went for the body as a country and buried him in his village in Kofu. And then during PNDC time, we went for the body and buried him at the Kwame Nkrumah Mausoleum. So he's been buried 3 times. Is that not interesting? Yeah, great men are buried 3 times. Anyway, so back to the fact that he was born on the 21st of September 1909. He was a regular guy like anybody. Went to school in Crawford and Azim and went to training college in Achimota. That time, Achimota College was established, I think, in 1927 by Gordon Gogisberg, and was a secondary school and a training college at the same time. So if you attended Achimota, you either went to the secondary school section or the training college section. Nkrumah went to the training college section, and when he passed out as a teacher, he was posted back. It's an Nzima from John Road District. He was posted to Axim, where he was teaching. There, he decided that he wanted to go and study abroad. There were stories that he actually stole away, he joined the ship, and joined another ship and found himself in the US. So around 1933 or 1934, Nkrumah sailed out of Ghana and went to the US to study. He was a hustler. He was working and studying and working and studying and got his first degree in divinity, in religion. He actually had a second degree also in the same university, I think Pennsylvania or something. I would check in Philadelphia. Yeah. So he got his second degree and he was trying to do his PhD. So Nkrumah lived out there for more than 10 years. More than 10 years, he was trying to do his PhD. But then he got into a group of strong Pan-Africanists like Marcus Garvey. We'll talk about Marcus Garvey later. R.B. Du Bois. You know, you have heard of Du Bois Center? These were Pan-African. These were Africans who were fighting for African identity. Kwame Nkrumah joined that group and became very radicalized. But something was happening at that time. There was something called Pan-African Conference, which was being held. Africa. When we say Pan-Africa, it means Africans living everywhere in the world. You know, slave trade carried us away. People are in the Caribbean. People are in Latin America. People are in the US. And some are even across in India. These are all Africans. As soon as you are a black man, you come from nowhere but Africa. Okay, so there were these conferences that were talking about Africanism, discrimination against Africa and all that, which they were calling Pan-African Conference. And the fifth of such conferences was held in Manchester City in the UK. Manchester is in the United Kingdom. Actually, it's in England. You know, we have England, Wales, and Scotland making United Kingdom. A part of Ireland. That's what we call the United Kingdom. So, Manchester. And Nkrumah came from the US to attend the fifth Pan African Conference. And because of his radicalism and the type of things and leadership, the type of things he could say, and because of leadership, he was appointed the Secretary General of the Pan African Conference in Manchester. That is at the time that African leaders, a lot of them were studying in UK. You might have heard of Jomo Kenyatta before. From which country? Kenya. You might have heard of Awolowo. From which country? Nigeria. And of course, Kwame Nkrumah from Ghana, and a few others. They were all studying in there. And Kwame Nkrumah came to Manchester, and he was elected Secretary General. So he never went back to the US to complete his PhD. Actually, the doctorate was awarded to him when he was Prime Minister here. You see what I mean? He didn't go to complete, but he stayed back in Manchester and moved to London and was fighting the African cause. So that was in 1945, 46, 47. Then back to the Gold Coast. Back to the Gold Coast. I'm living all the time before 1946. In 1946, Governor Alan Baines, who was the governor of the Gold Coast at the time, brought out a constitution that was called the Baines Constitution. Those of you who have done some social studies and have done some government, Baines Constitution. That constitution, what it did, it was seen to be, it was as if it was a progressive constitution because a lot of Africans were now brought in. There was no election. No. People were brought in into the what we call the legislative council to come and make laws. The governor was there. The white men doing business and good, they were there. They were automatic members. Then a few more African leaders and blacks were appointed. So for Baines and for the colonial government, that was the most progressive constitution in the colonies. But just a year after that, India, which was also a colony, became independent. So, so the things change. We are no longer talking about coming to join you in the legislative assembly. India was the biggest. India was a continent. Pakistan was part of India. Okay. How do they call it now? So what happened was that India was going to be independent. They have Hindus and Muslims. On the night before the independence, the India that we knew was divided into two, and the western part, which is the Muslim part, became known as Pakistan, and then the Hindu part became India. So the two countries virtually almost at the same time became independent. Then Bangladesh, have you heard of Bangladesh? Have you heard of Bangladesh? Was part of Pakistan. And that one, 1972, Sheikh Mujib Rahman fought the Pakistanis and declared independence. The Sheikh's daughter, Amina, was the prime minister until she was thrown out about a month ago. So that whole place called India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh was one huge British colony, but they were divided into three. Now, if that were so, so why should we be satisfied with a Ben's constitution that was just given what we call tokenism? So the thing changed. But not only that, there was this businessman called Pa Grant. He was called George Grant. And listen to this part very well. He was a businessman. He was bringing timber and coal from the interior and selling and exporting. He was an exporter. And you know, Takrady Harbor was built around 1925, 26, again by the same Gorgesburg. So you could go to the interior, bring the things that you want to sell. But anytime he wanted to sell his goods, the British who were controlling the ship lines were not favoring him. They would like the Lebanese, the Syrians, and the others who were competing with the Africans to export their goods for the main shipping line then was called Elder Dempster. Pagrant was not happy. His business was collapsing. He had moved from Axim to Takrady, and he realized that right now, what we need in Ghana is independence. We should be on our own and manage our own affairs and not waiting for the British. So he decided that all the movement, all the groups that were formed in the 1930s, including groups formed by J.B. Dankwa. You know, J.B. Dankwa was the brother of Ochinhini Ofori-Penny Ochinhini, who was then chief of Chebi. He was his junior brother, and because he was a good worshipper of the British, they gave him a scholarship to give to his brother J.B. Dankwa to go and study in the UK. So 1918, J.B. Dankwa got that scholarship and moved to UK and went and did philosophy. So by 1928 or 29, he also did some little law, went in through a few chambers and was and came back. So by 1928, 29, J.B. Dankwa was already back. And in the 1930s, he and Azikwe, Wallace Johnson, I'll come back to these names in a subsequent lecture and explain to you. There were all sorts of movements. So, but these were letter writers who would always write. They wanted the good things of the colony. They were not asking for independence. The earlier struggles were nationalist struggles who were asking, don't take our land away, like Aborigines Rights Protection Society. Don't take the land. Don't do this. Give us shops. We should also trade. But Pa Grant decided that no, we should go beyond that one. So he sent his cousin, who was called R.S. Blake, who was a lawyer, to come to Accra and look for his lawyer friends so that they could start a movement. They described the 1946 Ben's Constitution as outmoded at birth. Outmoded at birth. That it was not good for purpose at the time. It was not fit for purpose. So R.S. Blake came, then found Dankwa. What are the names of the big seats? Kwaje, this man's father, president's father, and yes, Akufo-Addo and co. The lawyers, tea drinking lawyers, Pagrant, who was a businessman. He would host them, give them fuel, and give them TNT. Until 4th August, 4th August 1947, they decided to form a party in Salt Pond. So that is when the United Gold Coast Convention was formed, with all these people I've mentioned, with the leadership of Pa Grant as the chairman. We don't hear his name because he was not one of those arrested and called big seats. That's why I'm saying. And R.S. Blake. R.S. Blake was vice chairman from the West, and J.B. Dankwa was the chairman for the East. That time, we had Gold Coast. Ashanti and was on its own. The Northern territories were on its own. And then we had the Transvolta Togoland on its own. All these were not together. So the Benz constituencies were just for the Gold Coast. Okay. So they formed this UGCC. But UGCC was just a group of big time lawyers. They were not doing much organization. The Akwaje was the youngest lawyer among them, and he was the acting secretary. He was also going to court every day until Akwaje proposed to them that he met a young man in Manchester. Do you know who I'm talking about now? Do you know who I'm talking about? Akwaje was studying law at the time that the Fifth Pan African Conference was held in Manchester. And he was there. And he told Pa Grant, I'm not your countryman. He's an Izima boy. Who, after that conference, didn't go back to US, stayed in the UK. If they invited him, if they were to invite him to become general secretary, the party will be more on the ground. So they met and agreed. So Pa Grant sent 100 pounds to Nkrumah. Those days, they came by boat. You have to come by boat. I think it took 2 or 3 weeks to come by boat from London. The journey we do in 5.5 hours now. So the Nkrumah was invited. He had to consult all his progressive allies. He didn't want to come. He had a bigger dream of Pan Africa, but they made it known to him that you need a base. You need a base to fight. You cannot, if you say you are a fighter, you cannot be going around the world. You must have a base. No, that's why armies are in barracks. You must have a base where your logistics can be counted. So he agreed and sailed off. So by December 1947, Nkrumah had arrived in Ghana. He stayed with Pa Grant for 1 month. He was given a vehicle and gave him an office in Salt Pond in Accra, and he was appointed the General Secretary of the United Gold Coast Convention. That is when people started hearing about that convention for the first time. He went and formed the youth wing called Convention Youth CYO, sounding very Catholic. CYO, Convention Youth Organization. And then he taught the whole country, introducing Ghanaians to UGCC and mobilizing the youth. The mantra for the UGCC at time was self-government in the shortest possible time. Take note of this. Self-government in the shortest possible time. That was the slogan. Now, 1948 was a different year in the Gold Coast. Nkrumah started his work December 47. 1948, particularly February 1948, 3 important things happened which changed the course of the history of the Gold Coast at the time. Number 1, there was this new Bonitela, Osu Alata Manche. Is there any Ghana among you here? You are a Ghana. So if I want to buy kenke, you teach me how to buy it. Osu Alata Manche. He organized what we call the boycott of European goods. there was something called Association of West African Merchants. So you are young, so you haven't heard of Awam. Awam, when we were growing up, Awam was when they say you are Awam, it means you are like 419. 419. Awam means Association of West African Merchants. After the World War, they came together and were increasing prices of goods on daily basis. What I mean is GB Olivant was one. You have heard of UAC before. You have heard of Leventis. Leventis, Nkrumah bought Leventis and it became GNTC later. And all those Syrian, Lebanon was part of Syria, okay? So at a point, the British, when they took Lebanon out of Syria, so we were calling everybody Syrians, but there were also Lebanese. A lot of them are here. In fact, 3 or 4 generations, they are Ghanaians. They are here all over. So all those groups that had shops, and then our people were only agents. You go to the whole the warehouse, get the goods, and come and sell. They were increasing prices. So Ni Bonitela organized a movement. Ni Bonitela is an interesting man. The father is Gan and the mother is Brom. So he was a chief, he was a Nana in Techiman and Ni in Accra. And he was selling goods. He was quite rich. Those days, these are the petty bourgeois. We don't produce, but we just sell goods. Petty bourgeoisie. He decided to organize a boycott of goods in so that people don't buy the goods of the Asians and Syria. It was very successful. That that was the whole of February up to 28th of February 1948. Goods, people were not buying any goods. We were being independent, and the British government was quite worried because you see, they used to call Gold Coast the model colony. Model. We have for us always yes sir. We want to be nice and gentle. When people are demonstrating, we are laughing and all that. So they didn't know how the model colony could really be organized by a non-white to boycott August. But that same month, 28th of February, when the boycott was ending, ex um, ex-military people, ex-servicemen, those who they came and recruited to go and fight in the Second World War. The British came and recruited our people to go and fight for them in the Second World War. Some fought in Burma, and that's why we have Burma camp, okay? Burma and Co, they are all in Asia. Ex-servicemen, gingered by Kwame Nkrumah and Dampa, also took a petition on the very day that the boycott was ending, and were going to present it to the governor in the castle. Those of you who know the castle, from the Independence Square, they were marching to the council where the police, the colonial police under Emery stopped them and this asked them to return. They didn't, and they shot at them and killed 3. Have you heard of the 1948 shootings where Atipo, Ajeti, and the 3 of them died on the spot? So there's a monument there between the stadium and Independence Square. That tall monument is called, that's to mark where they fell. Now, on the same day, when the shootings happened, all the ex-servicemen and everybody ran into town and started looting the shops of all these Leventis and co. So they called that one 1948 riots. So there was 1948 boycott, there was 1948 shootings, and there was the 1948 riots. And these riots were all over the country. Takura Dike, Kumasi, everywhere. People just enter shops and pick whatever they like. There was so much mayhem, confusion, disorder. And the British were alarmed. So what they did was that they thought that it was the leaders of the UGCC who organized this because they haven't seen Gold Coast like that before. Gold Coast burning. So they went and arrested the 6 of the leaders. They are the ones they call the Big 6. Okay? Nkrumah was in Salt Pond. They went for him. The rest were all in Accra. They just picked them like fowls. They just picked them. RS Blay was in his Nzima area, so he crossed the border. They couldn't get him. And they were told that if they arrested George Grant, there would be more confusion, Grant. So they didn't touch him. Is that right? So they arrested the rest. Can you mention the big six to me? Can anybody mention the big six? Who are they? The six people who were arrested. The six people. But you have their faces are on your currencies. JB Dankwa, yes. Obichebi Lamte, Akwaje, Akufado, JB Dankwa, and Kwame Nkrumah, of course. So 6 of them, the British arrested them, and took them to Kumasi into a garrison. They actually moved them out of Accra. But when they got there, they all ganged up against Kwame Nkrumah. Listen to this, the so-called founders. They told the British that it was Nkrumah who was the communist, he was a socialist, he instigated the strike. They ganged up against Kwame Nkrumah to the extent that Nkrumah had to be moved out of Kumasi to Paga in Upper East. And Akwaji also was sent to Tamale. They scattered them. So the British set up a commission called the Watson. They brought somebody from UK, Watson, to form a commission to find out the causes of the riots, the boycott, everything. It was there that the Watson said, no, Gold Coast was beyond Ben's constitution. They needed a new constitution which will give them direct election. So Kuse was a Ghanaian lawyer. Kuse was asked to lead a constitutional committee to set up what we call the Kuse Committee. And that came out of the constitution. The governor then was called Aden Clark. So the constitution was called Aden Clark Constitution. Came in 1950. And that constitution says there should be direct elections from Ashanti to the Gold Coast. That time, my people here were still not part of it. Transvolta, we were not part of it at all. We were still under the UN mandate. When the Germans was defeated, German land was divided into 2. The English took this part, and the French took Togo. We were all one country up to Benin, but the British took the one here, and the French took Togo. So we were the same people. So we were then under a British mandate. Okay, so 38 seats were to be voted for directly. Meanwhile, in 1950, Nkrumah declared what they called positive action. It was in his write-up that one of the ways to I've even jumped the gun. After they were arrested and released in 1948, they wanted to remove Nkrumah as general secretary of UGC and put all sorts of allegations against him. Was a communist or socialist. So in 1949, I think in May or so, Nkrumah came out and formed his own party called the Convention People's Party. He just used the CYO, the youth wing that he had. It was also formed the Salt Pond, but based in Adedepo in Accra. Yeah. So CPP was formed. Nkrumah broke away from the UGCC. CPP was formed. So when Aden Clark Constitution talked about election, it was then between UGCC and CPP. The election was to be held in 1951. But in 1950, Kwame Nkrumah declared positive action and got railway workers and others to go on strike. So he was arrested, tried, and jailed for 3 years. But it was on 3 counts and 1 year on each count. So eventually, he was to be in prison for 1 year. So when the campaigns were on to do the elections in 1951, Kwame Nkrumah was in jail. But his best friend was Bedema. You have heard of Komla Bedema before? He was then leading CBP Kojobocho. They campaigned for Nkrumah. They put him up as a candidate in Accra, then Zimmerman, Accra Central, against Obichebi Lamte's father. And the elections were held. Nkrumah won from prison. He won from prison. Huge votes. So the British didn't have any choice but to to release him. So they released him in prison, drove him straight from James Fort to the castle where he was made the leader of government business and was asked to form a government. UGTC won 3 seats, three. Dankwa won 1 plus 2 others. And there was an independent candidate somewhere in Accra. So that's how Kam Nkrumah became leader of government business. And by 1952, that post was changed to prime minister. So from this time was on, it was Nkrumah's show. And the other parties, then the Nkrumah drew a new constitution in 1954, which brought in the northern territories, everybody. And elections were held, 84 seats. Nkrumah's party won over 60, but there was nothing People's Party called MPP. They won 12 seats. And Busia also formed the. Now Professor Busia also came in. He formed the party. They won 2 seats. There was Anglo Youth. Anglo was not part of the German colony. Anglo was not part of Transvolta. Anglo, even up to Peki, they were not part of Transvolta. So Anglo Youth, Modesto, they also won some 2 seats. There was a one in Accra, Gan Shifimokwe, that's the name. They also won some 1 seat. So all those 1 seats, but Nkrumah won all the seats. So Nkrumah was looking for independence around 1955-56. But there was a new development in 1956 where the Ashanti as a colony, those the Brown and Ashanti was one. When we talk about Ashanti colony, we are talking about Brown, Afro, and Ashanti. They decided that because cocoa was the major export and they were the biggest producers of cocoa, and the cocoa mining, Nkrumah set up a lot of schools in the 50s. A lot of them are celebrating their 70th and 75th anniversary when most of the Cape Coast schools, and he set them up. And Ashanti, the chief linguist of Ashanti, formed a party called the National Liberation Movement. They said they were liberating Ashanti from the rest of Ghana, and their slogan was Matimihu. You understand Matimihu? I'm separating myself. I'm taking myself away. And that their cocoa money was being used to develop the whole of Ghana. They needed the money for Ashanti. So this whole, we are on our own, we don't belong to Ghana, it's not new. Okay. So because a new party was formed, I'm ending very soon. I'm just talking about Kwame Nkrumah. Because a new party was formed, the British insisted that there should be another election before independence. We would have had an independence in 55 or 56. Nkrumah tried to resist it, but the British said, look, there's a new development. Do a new election. So 1956, there was an election. But before then, Nkrumah made us in the Transvolta, Togoland, to do a plebiscite to decide whether this part of across the river will be part of the Gold Coast, will be independent, or will go and join Togo. 1956. The question is, do you want to be part of Gold Coast, or you want to join Togo, or you want to be on your own? A plebiscite was held. And when I talk about the Eastern Corridor, I mean, as it's not just Volta region, it went through the whole of the Eastern Corridor, through Yendi, through up to Boku. All of us were under the Germans and now under British protectorate. The vote was held, and the vote agreed that we should be part of Ghana, and therefore we also took part in the 56 election. 2 people won seats. One from my village, it's called Kojo Ayeke. That was Ho West. And then one from SG Anto. That time, Bantu Ho and Ko were all one constituency. Yeah. Okay, so this election too was held. Kwame Nkrumah cleared almost all the seats. So Busia then became the leader of the opposition. Although the Northern People's Party, Abai Fakabo and Co., they had 12 seats. They were the highest minority party, but they joined up and made Busia the leader. And then we had. So let me tell you, there was so much opposition to Nkrumah That it will be wrong in history to say that all those guys who were opposing him and were throwing bombs at him from 1958 up to the early 60s could all be co-founders. So we had independence, and in 1958, Nkrumah brought a law to say that any party that was not national, that was founded on regional basis or or religious basis should not exist. So the Northern People's Party, the Ashanti Party, the Islamic Party, the Gan Party, the Ebe Party, they were all going to be defunct. So they came together to form what they call the United Party. Have you heard of UP tradition before? That's what it means. All of them came together. But Nkrumah led us into independence. Now, 1960, we wanted to be Republican. And there was also another plebiscite, Nkrumah and Dankwa. And Nkrumah won about 90% of the votes to be the first president. They conspired against him, overthrew him in 1966, and started messing up the country up to this time. So I I I I just wanted to single Nkrumah out to tell you how he was full of ideas. You may want as young people to buy Nkrumah's books wherever you find them. The first one you should buy is his autobiography. It's on sale all over. Autobiography. Auto means myself. Biography can be written. You can write about me. But when it's auto, it means I have written it myself. Okay. Then Africa Must Unite. He was in 1958. He had two conferences here about Pan-Africanism, and all the countries that were not independent. There was a conference of African countries under colonialism. They all came to Accra. Then there was a conference of independent African states, and he led the movement for the formation of the OAU in Addis Ababa and all that and all that. So what I'm trying to do to you now is to isolate Kwame Nkrumah and tell you something about him. When in the year 2000, Africans were to vote for the greatest African ever, the whole of Africa, BBC conducted that. It's Kwame Nkrumah who was voted for. So if you go to Addis Ababa now at the OAU conference place, his statue is the only statue in there. He is the greatest African that ever lived. And I don't know who will get to his stature. And um, from now, and he truly and well founded Ghana. As for his projects, he was far ahead. Nkrumah's problem too was that he was far ahead of his contemporaries. They couldn't understand why he could build a motorway or build a Akosombo Dam. So what are you going to do with the power? I mean, where are the industries? Nkrumah did. He built a motorway. When we were growing up, there was so much. There were so many factories. Even matches was being done in Kedi. Lorry ties were being done in Western region. Mattresses, everything. Nkrumah was. There were more than 200 factories. They are all gone now, and we are now buying things. We are even buying rice and tomatoes. So that is about Kwame Nkrumah and the history. He's part of the history of Ghana. I'll find time to tell you about Ghana because you see, as I said, Nkrumah is the founder, but there were others who we can call makers of civilization, from Pa Grant, from John Mensah Saba, who formed the Aborigines Rights Protection Society. You have to add Bedema, Butchery, you have to add people even into the 70s, Estaokulu and Co. We needed to list all these people and recognize them. But among all of them, Kwame Nkrumah is the greatest, and he founded our country called Ghana. Thank you very much.
Honorable senators and members, our guest of honor has basically just told you the history of why Dr. Osajefo Kwame Nkrumah was named the founder. I was deliberating with my colleague whether or not to allow for questions and answers, but we have agreed that we would give each house an opportunity to just ask one question. You see? Yes, just one question each because Honorable has just 15 minutes to depart. Because apart from questions and answers, we have one item to do before you go. So just one question per house. We are sorry. Just one question each chamber. So please. So Mr. Speaker, choose one of your members to ask the question. And I'll choose one of mine. Oh, should we take the Senate first so that they decide who? Okay. There's another mic for them. They should use that mic. Ask him. Yes, so we'll take the question from the Senate as the parliamentarians could join their question together. So, Senate's majority leader, you are going to ask the question for the Senate. Please, all of you should communicate your question to him so that he can put them all together and ask the honorable to answer. So, the Senate, please ask your question. So please join the questions together so that you can address them. Okay. This one. Okay. So, House, are you ready? Okay, then let's take from the House. Only one person is asking all the questions for the House. So please communicate all your questions to one person. Senate's majority leader, please ask the question on behalf of the Senate on the presentation given. Senate's majority leader, yes, ask the question on behalf of the Senate.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and Mr. Speaker. So the question from the Senate is twofold.
Okay.
The first is, given that Nkrumah was a very great leader, he had vision and it trickled down into an ideology. That's Nkrumahism, which was adapted from Marxist theories and Leninist theories. The question I want to ask is, how did it not perpetuate into today's society? Was it the fact that individuals were gaining some specific benefit from the white and that led to an antagonism towards Nkrumah's ideas or ideology? And secondly, what was the nature of the agreement that was made between the Volta and the colonial masters? Was it one that was stating Volta as a permanent member to Ghana, or one that could create a segregation in the future, whether Volta could segregate themselves as an individual state from Ghana one day, or it was one that was permanent? So that's the question from the Senate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Elon.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker. So my question is that there's some of the small history that we have done growing up in our basic secondary schools and stuff. We've learned that Nkrumah has a general plan for Ghana. And one of these was about establishing a research unit in all the organizations. So I want to ask that the way things are going with our current democracy and the participation of the electorates on and off government, NDC will come after some years, NDC will go, MPP will come after some years, MPP will go, and we don't have a united or a unified plan for the country. We only have independent and partisanship plans and stuff. So I want to ask if truly Dr. Kwame Nkrumah has laid down that plan and that approach to the country's development before all this is happening. Why don't we go back to his plan so that whichever political party comes to power will follow that plan? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So Nkrumahism, actually, there was a conscious effort when Nkrumah was overthrown to wipe out everything that he stood for. Conscious effort. His books were actually burnt, and people went to GBC and took reels or films of his activities and set fire to them. And people were arrested and locked up, and CPP was banned. So when there were elections in 1969, no CPP was banned as a party. It was later, 79, that they grew, but they couldn't even use the name CPP. So Nkrumahism was actually taught in schools. In fact, the Winneba, we used to call it Advanced Teacher Training College. One of the campuses of the Winneba University was an ideological institute, which was established by Kwame Nkrumah, which Professor Mills and co as students attended. So it was that conscious effort to derail. If Nkrumah had not written so many books and has not affected several people in the world, I'm sure we would not have remembered his name now. But because he wrote these ideas, there's one book called Conscientism, another one called Africa Must Unite. If you read all this, he tried to espouse his ideas. That's how come his ideas. But subsequently, PNC, when PNC won election 79, this was a regroup of Nkrumah elements. They couldn't really go on the Nkrumah tangent. And after 27 months, they were overthrown. When parties were formed in 1992, Nkrumah parties subdivided themselves into 4 different parties: PCP, CPP, PNC, NCP. All of them talking about one convention or the other. But it is left to us to really, because Nkrumah's ideas are still as relevant today as they were long ago. It may not be one-on-one because the conditions now are a little different from then, but it is for us to get back to common point, and that's the movement now, to get back to Nkrumah, particularly in terms of African unity and African Union and the way we control our, he spoke, there's also another book called Neo-Colonialism, the highest stage of imperialism. You may want to read all that. And so we need to really get back. And I think that's what we are going to do soon, to get back to the ideas that were, in fact, yesterday, John Mahama was in Crawford. Those of you who watch news, yesterday was 21st. He was in Nkrumah's hometown and made a number of declarations, which you may want to read in tomorrow's paper, about what NDC in particular will do when we come into power. So that's what happened to the vision of Kwame Nkrumah. They try to make it like they put cataract on it and all that, but we are around and we should be able to get the younger ones like you to understand Nkrumah's visions and move on it. The question you asked about Volta and the arrangement with the British, that's a very interesting question. That's what Kofi Attor has been writing about every time, that when the plebiscite was held in 1956, it was supposed to last for 50 years, according to him, so that by 2006, we were now free to determine whether we wanted to continue to be part of Ghana or not. A lot of people didn't see it that way. They thought that that plebiscite was forever. We had become part of Ghana and were integrated. And right now, it's very, very difficult. I don't know where we'll start from. So there are 2 interpretations to the plebiscite. Kofi and Co believe that it was a 50-year plan, and that after 50 years, we should be given the opportunity to determine that from 1956 to 2011 or 12. You can imagine what the amount of water that has passed under the bridge until that time. So we believe that we have become part of Ghana. Not now, our grandparents became part of Ghana, and we don't have any choice to be part of it. We just have to make it work and be a better country. Yes, Nkrumah actually went ahead not only to set up research department in every workplace, he set up what we call Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR. Nkrumah believed in research, and that council had 14 different departments. There's full research institute. They are there. If you go to CSIR in Roman Ridge, you see Water Research Institute, Animal Research Institute, Agric Research. They are all there, and they were all supposed to bring out ideas, research based on which we will develop as a country. But CSIR is also one of the organizations we have not funded much. When you do research, you must bring the results out. Research must always be linked up with industry so that the research does not end up on your table. You even set up an atomic energy commission where we were supposed to generate power, nuclear, you know. So there's a movement now about what you are saying. You know, when when we were there, when NDC was in power at the Rollins, we brought out what we call Vision 2020. We were saying that from 1992 up to 2022 or so, Ghana should take a certain form. This was a vision, and it was from NDCP, National Development Planning Commission, that was approved in Parliament. As soon as MPP won, they threw it out and started talking about this in 2015. Nothing happened. Then we won again, and we started a 40-year plan. And now we lost, and they came and we're talking about 25-year plan. So until we have a unified plan, and that is what's going to happen from next year, we must have a national unified plan. And if you read the constitution and look at chapter 2, it talks about the way Ghana should go, directing principles of state policy. If we should go back to NDCP, take a 40-year development plan or something, and let every party buy into it. So if we say we'll build 15 stadia and we have started 10, the party coming should continue it and build the 5 more. You don't say that, oh, you said we build stadia in Adapro, we'll build ours in Mate. No. So we that's the movement. What you have just said is a way forward. I think that we would have to come together and agree on the way Ghana must. Nkrumah had a plan. He had a 7-year development plan, 1963 to 1970. And if Nkrumah had lived up to 1970, Malaysia and Co will be chasing us by now. What we should do with every region, the type of factories you have, human training. I mean, schools, free education was brought so that people could go to school. Universities were built. The first one was built before Kwame Nkrumah came. When Nkrumah came and built Tech and Cape Coast. The only regime that built universities again was called NDC. So we need to have a unified. We need to have and you cannot. We need to get all the parties into a room. We could even come here and agree on the way forward for Ghana. So our different manifestos will take different emphasis. If we want to emphasize on health or education or agriculture, the way forward for Ghana really is agriculture. As long as we are unable to feed ourselves, we are not. Somebody was telling me they bring mushrooms from where? Dubai. Then we bring tomatoes from Burkina. Then we bring onion from Niger. So what do we farm? What do we farm? What do we farm? What do we do? And after producing the goods, how do we process them to let them? Because agribusiness is the biggest business that will revive us. We need to agree on all this. Then we have water bodies. At least the rest have become like Milo, but the Volta River is still blue. And what can we not do with Volta River? Is it fishing? Is it farming? Is it irrigation? Is it a boat, river business? We have a lot to do, and every region has its own potentials. If we agree that this is what we have to do, that's the way forward. That's the path we should lay for people like you. And we, for us, our time is up. It's a generation that has not done well at all. We have disappointed ourselves, and we are even behaving as if we are the last generation, polluting all the rivers, digging all the gold. You know, Galamsey happens in 13 regions out of the 16 in Ghana. Yeah, 13. Ghana is lying on gold all over. It's only Volta OT, and Greater Accra that does not mine gold. From Upper East, Upper West, Bronx, everywhere. And it has to be done sustainably. Nobody goes to mine gold in the river that you drink. No, nobody does. South Africa and Cote, they all have gold. Colombia, and this. So we should reset the country and hand it over to you people. So that's we should have a unified plan and let the parties buy into it. So the fact that this party has won does not mean an about 10. It just should mean continuity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Honorable members, we'll move to item 9, and we just have 3 short things to do before Honorable Kofi Attor departs from us. Ladies and gentlemen, the first thing we want to do is that, as you can see, we are seeing new sets of rooms here today, and we want to show you hot Newton is in the chamber. Your Excellency, come close to me. My clerks, be outstanding. Yes. No, you are wearing an old wool. Victoria, please be outstanding. Yes, so senators and honorable members, I'm coming, leaders, I'm coming, don't worry. Senators and honorable members, this is the new set of rooms that we have acquired. Not fully, though, we'll clear that one later. But we are wearing it. And this is the robe. The one Sion is wearing is for the clerk to the Senate. And the one Victoria is wearing is for the deputy clerk to the Senate. And the other one there is for the assistant clerk to the Senate. Yes. And the one Ben is wearing is for the marshal to the Senate. And my deputy is wearing the robe for the deputy president of the Senate. And I'm wearing the one for the president of the Senate. The designs are being inspired by the current parliamentary rules. It's just the color difference. And this is what you see us wearing hereinforth. So on this note, we hereby dedicate them for this youth agenda and the growth of all youths in Ghana. Amen. Yes. Oh, Honor, please, have you taken pictures? Okay, thank you very much. The clerks, you can take your seat. And yes, Your Excellency, take your seat. And in addition, as the leaders of parliament have sashes, the leaders of the Senate also have their respective sashes. This I know we copy, no. So the majority caucus of the Senate, their leaders use the orange looking sash. Please be outstanding. The orange looking sash is for the leadership of the Senate. And the first person is the leader, the second person is the deputy leader, and then quits. And then the violet looking one is for the minority caucus of the Senate. So if you see these colors, you should know these are the respective leaders of the caucuses in the Senate. Yeah, so this is the things that we have been arranging for to ensure the full establishment of the Senate. In October, the House will sit online and the Senate will sit physically. So we also dedicate this to this youth agenda. Thank you very much. Honorable Kofi Attor, we, at the inauguration, we awarded some youth MPs who did well during the tenure of the third parliament. Today, we want you to continue the awarding for us. So if we could have you, and then we call the ones that are to be awarded so that you issue their certificates to them. So present here is, I think we can do it here, right? Yes, Honorable. Yes, Mr. Speaker, if you could help me so that you mention your people for Honorable to award them. Yes, please.
This certificate is based on merit. Deborah Nana Devi as the most active deputy speaker. Honorable Robert Fiawuni, most active acting leader. Honorable Bright Selom Vixen, most consistent chief whip. Benjamin Kaidu, most available marshal. Daniel Kofi Gaku, most active deputy marshal. Elisha Kim Kahina, most active committee chairperson.
Honorable, for all this long, you have been the one awarding and awarding. Today, we want to recognize your love, support, and fatherly, I just don't know the words to use, but since the first day you got introduced to us, you took us as a group that even you have established. You took it as such and have coached us. When we came to Parliament, all the things that happened was because of the love that you have for us. Today, we want to honor you with this citation. Yes, so I would allow my Deputy President to read the content of the citation.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President, for this beautiful opportunity to read this beautiful words in front of me to our own father, our own mentor. In fact, our very own, someone who has been so much help to all of us, our spiritual father, and we are super, super grateful for that. So I read what I have in front of me here. So, Youth Impact Movement presents this citation in honor to Honorable Kofi Attor, Chief of Staff at the Office of the Speaker of Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. So, in profound appreciation of your exemplary patronage and dedication to the Youth Impact Movement, we present you with this citation of honor in commitment to uplifting young lives and shaping policy reform has been instrumental. Your strategic guidance and deep understanding of parliamentary affairs have enabled us to drive positive change for youth development. We extend our deepest gratitude for your exceptional service in bettering your youth and nation. With admiration, we honor your dedication and hope with this citation reflects our heartfelt appreciation. May your influence continue to inspire our generation. Congratulations on this well deserved recognition. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Thank you so much for this love and support over the years that we have met you as a youth. We are really grateful. We call for more health, more strength, and more coaching so that we become the best group ever established in Ghana and beyond.
Most grateful, most grateful. And we'll continue to work together. As far as there's life, we'll continue to work together. I said some time ago that you should increase the membership. I'm still saying so. I'm still saying so. I wish you all very well, and I'm most grateful to all of you. I'll go and add it to the group of citations I have received. Looks very good, so I'll put it in front. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you very much. Yeah. So, honor members, we wouldn't want to suspend the house, but Mr. Speaker and I will escort our guest of honor to take his leave. But in doing so, we will move straight to commencement of debate. So leaders and members, please sit around for the commencement of the debate. And presiding will be the Deputy President of the Senate and the First Deputy Speaker to take this item. On this note, we move to item 12, commencement of debate, and I invite the Deputy Presiding Officers to take over and preside over that. Thank you very much. Jones, I want to debate more. So I'll solve the room. Oh, no, I want to do it.
Okay, so where we are? No, I'm coming. I want us to do. Hey, why have you closed? So who is coming to sit in for you? Oh, okay. Let's allow them to. Oh, okay. So we have over here. This one. No, I think it was before them. I think it's all. Okay, so now. Okay, so at this moment, so that's at 4. Yeah. So general debate on the motion. So now I think I have to call on the majority leader for the Senate for the debate to start. But where are they? Okay, let them give them. Okay. And they will also give theirs before we start. What do we do? Should we still allow them? We should allow them. No. Oh, I really love today's setting up. Yeah, exactly. But this one has tried with all this. Sorry? Yeah, and he's okay. He has done well. Yeah. He didn't even take his water.
I've been looking for him since I've not seen him. I've been looking for him since. And I've not seen him in person. Please open it and write him. Okay. This research and upgrade, we have to
Let's take it out.
Okay, these two, yeah.
Yeah.
About
Because the motion here is about
yeah.
general.
General.
That one is about general. Whilst we are going to the election, it's really current.
Yeah.
It also match era everything that it also gives us to debate about that. Yeah, because we are all new together. We know what we want. We know what we want. We are friends.
Yeah, so we know that we know what we want.
Yeah, we want.
Yes. We know what we want.
Because
Hey, these are our people.
when we was presenting, the revision of reset and
Yeah.
there's some kind of argument. They also said an upgrade. So I think the heat is really
Coming. They can come. Okay. So call on them.
Honorable members, please let's come in. Honorable members, those outside, please kindly come in so that we start the debate. Yeah, today we have to close early, almost 5, so let's make it very quick so that we can finish and leave. Yeah. There's no item 20. Oh, you can come. Even if you can call them. Yes. Oh, Honorable Vixen, please allow her. Please allow her. Honorable Vixen, please allow her. Mr. Vice President, please, you can go ahead.
What I wanted to talk about it's okay, I reserve my comment.
Honorable members, please. Those outside to kindly walk in so that we start the debate. Seriously.
It's fine. Look, the suggestion is very nice.
Oh, very nice.
Honorable members, honorable members, our youth MPs, kindly sit down. I know Vixen will talk. Vixen, honorable Vixen, please tell your people to sit down. Look at us, we are all seated. Who told you? Hey, you your leaders are behaving well. Honorable members, please resume your seat. Okay. Honorable members, please resume your seats as we continue with item 12 on the other paper.
Mr. Biglo.
Hey, this guy, okay, Kevin.
Mr. President, please.
Okay, so. Okay, so I think I'll have to.
Hey, Biglo.
Over here to. Okay, so at this juncture, we call on the majority leader from the Senate, Honorable Kevin. You have to move the motion for us so that we can. Sorry. Oh, okay. So, Honorable Kevin, kindly do us the honor so that, okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Mr. Speaker. I would kindly plead with you since we've been here for hours now, and then we have the item 13 lying down here. Before we proceed, once during the debates, we can also do the item 13 simultaneously. That's my suggestion. So we won't waste much time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, this yours. Yeah, no, this yours.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Now, the owners of the table are here, so you take the table, you continue presiding it.
Okay, they will take this table.
Yeah,
That's
so
okay, no
you guys
problem.
should just continue presiding.
No problem.
Yeah, so they should be talking, they share that.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you very much. So we'll have a 3 minute recess as let's continue the debate whilst they are taking the item 13. Okay, so as said earlier on, the majority leader from the Senate will move a motion for the debate to start.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker of the House and Deputy President. I am Kelvin Azameti Mensah, the Majority Leader of the Senate, and I move the motion for the commencement of the debate. YIP resolves that voting in the Ghanaian General Elections should be made mandatory for all electorates. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Robert. Honorable Robert, do you want to say something or? Honorable Robert.
Thank you very much, Madam President and Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion being moved by my honorable majority leader at the Senate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Motion moved and seconded. So at this juncture, we will receive an opening statement from the Senate. An opening statement either from the majority leader or any. And before that, I want to state this. As we are about to start the debate, please let all be guided. If someone is on floor making his or a submission, please do not be, interjecting. Okay, if you have any evidence or any facts to that effect, allow the person to land. Then you also counter the person on what he or she is saying. Otherwise, Honorable Vixen. uh, so, 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 so that is why I say we should have a 3 minute recess for the item 13. Then we come back, or even 2 minutes. Yes, they will be here. So 2 minutes, you finish eating, then so they can share the food. Should we take it like that?
Don't have time.
They should. Okay, so thank you very much. So now, the person that will be eating will not speak, okay, because the camera is here. So that is what I'm saying, that if you are eating, you not talk. So let's say Honorable Robert is eating, Honorable Vixen will be speaking. So, okay.
Okay, so Honorable Vixen, why are you being too troublesome today? Okay, so at this moment, whoever is having the food, like Mr. Speaker said, if you know you are eating, it's not good to talk when you are eating. So kindly keep quiet. Whilst the person who is not eating should eat. If you are not eating, you want to talk, please do. In fact, we want to leave here early today. No. So yeah, I'm not going to call you knowing that you are eating.
Whilst one is eating, then no, it's not good. Probably something might fall inside. So let's give us 3 minutes. We'll be done. Then we'll have the full attention of the house. Thank you very much.
We are all giving the food at the same time, please. So we are all going to eat.
You are eating. Thank you very much.
Honorable Haven.
Thank you very much, Madam President and Mr. Speaker. I in a way disagree with my people,
Thank
even
you.
though they are my people, but
Thank you.
time is fast spent. And then looking at the time, I know how this debate will go. It can extend to even 8 p.m. Once we have other business to
Yes.
do online today, to join another orientation today, which Mr. Speaker too is also supposed to partake in. So for all things being equal, I think we just have to do it like that. Strategies. I know how recess in this house takes place. 3 minutes can be 30 minutes. So please, let's just move it. If you know you are eating, then I don't expect the president or the speaker to call such person. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Hubert. In fact, you've spoken so well. The young man behind you should learn from you. Why are you like this?
So thank you very much. As I was saying, please, when someone is on floor, please allow the person to flow so that we can get a good debate. Okay, we call ourselves honorable members. So let's do the honorable thing. Okay, so thank you very much. So at this juncture, we take an opening statement from the Senate. I can see the majority leader is busy. So can any other member do that? Your opening statement on the motion.
Yeah, thank you very much. This debate is a good call, and I would suggest that anytime there's an important message like this or a debate like this, we invite the media because the media is the only tool to send a good message to the rural areas. Okay, so we are for the motion. Yes, thank you. Yeah, so can I start with my submission?
Yes, please. Your opening statement.
Oh, okay. So making a voting mandatory for all electorates. We are for the motion because if you decide not to go and then vote or decide, there is a saying that if you are a wise person and you said you will not go out and decide, the unwise will decide for you. And I always say that if you don't go out in your numbers and the unwise go out in their numbers, then one day we'll have unwise president, and the unwise president will rule the wise ones. So we are for the motion that it should be made a mandatory so that everyone will win. The exercise is right, so that we elect uh, the candidate that is credible and who act with integrity. That will lead as example for the youth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, honorable majority leader.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Excellency, and Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for the opportunity. We are the lower chamber of the Youth Impact Movement solemnly disagree with the mandatory aspects or that word being added to it. Madam President and Mr. Speaker, the reason why we are of the view that voting in this country can never be mandatory is what? One, not everybody in this country follows politics very keenly. If that old lady is in a room and she's hustling to eat and she don't follow politics or whatsoever is going around in the political domain, on the day of election where it's supposed to be mandatory, how would that person go and what? Cast the ballot for what? The right person that deserves to be elected as president or whatever position that you are electing, either MP or the president. So that in a way will not what? Actually represent the what? The actual interest of what? All electorates. Because if I don't know who to vote for, I'll just go and then what? Do to the extent that people even spot the ballots. So we are of the view that election can never be mandatory. Currently, as we speak, it's not mandatory. It's very optional. You decide to vote or not. So I don't see the need for us to, even from time immemorial, where we saw our guest of honor even spoke on the achievements of Nkrumah. After what? Nkrumah clamping all what the president that we had after Nkrumah, putting all of them together, can they match up to what? The legacies and then what? The vision that what Nkrumah have for this country, for which we are even coming to make the election that we are not actually what? Gaining much that we are supposed to what? Get from. Look at our water bodies. The people, the same people that what? We elected. Not to talk about mandatory. This one is alone is not mandatory. But look at what is happening to us, our water bodies. Leaders what? Promises heaven on earth. But what? In turn what? Doing nothing. Absolutely. So, Madam Speaker, Mr. President, and then what? The entire House. We what? Are of the view that what? When this mandatory what? The reason, one of the reasons why we are what? Against the mandatory voting is what? It's what? It's what? A potential for what? Protest votes. When we say a protest vote, as I stated earlier, a protest vote is simply, I don't know who to vote for or what. I'm not going to vote for anybody. So now that it's mandatory, when I go to the ballot box, I'm going to spot the ballot so that what? In a way, I will not vote for anybody. That's simple as that. Because in this country, it's not everybody that follows politics, and that's the fact. Some businessmen, even though they in a way pay contracts, some don't. So it can never on this planet Earth called Ghana be mandatory. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So both leaders have given their opening statements. So the floor is now open. So honorable. So I'll take one from here in that order. You want to respond to it? So over to you.
Mr. Speaker, I think my good brother from the other side, because of the item 30, he's not able to concentrate. He did mention of the water bodies, complaining about how the current state of our water body is. So the only best way to put an end to this is to go out in your numbers and then vote. So I'll urge him and educate him that when he goes back to his constituency, he should advise his people that when it's time for election, they are mandatory to go out and then vote for change for whoever they think is competent enough to lead them. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Vixen.
Thank you, Speaker in the House. My name is Vixen Bryce Salom, the MP for Hokwe, the only commercial city in Volta region. Mr. Speaker, look at it looks like my honorable friend, honorable member. I'm not too sure that you've done background check before you came to this house. I'm not so sure. And that by now you should have been retracting probably some of the things that you said because Uh, I know you are overzealous, but at least sometimes don't let your horse run faster than you yourself. Mr. Speaker, like my leader said, we have been voting time immemorial. Ghana is 67 years old now, and there's only little to show of what we have been voted for. When you take this trajectory from the days of Nkrumah to Achampo down to Ila Liman to Rawlings until the uh, advent of democracy, that was 1996. The change that we have been voting for the 30 years now is nothing to write home about. Like my leader said, now we don't need change. It's the change that is calling us. Because if voting that we have been voting for all this while, that is really positive result, I think there's something we call transformation. I asked them, I don't know how old you are now, but I know you are in this Ghana. Probably at the age where you are now, you have some aspirations and dreams to achieve. I've been saying to my colleagues that if you go to other countries, like your mates, our type like this, they are ministers, they are MCs, but we are too fixated on voting to people that we claim that when we vote for them, they will transform our lives. Voting is not mandatory because, like I said, it's not everybody in this country that is politically inclined. But for me, what Ghana needs is a bit of democracy and a bit of autocratic lifestyle. Because some of the things that we claim that freedom of expression is the one that is hindering us every day. Look at this Ghana, say, menace over there. I was telling someone that the people who are involved in the galamsey, when they give birth, when they give birth, what would their children drink? Because this is a mass murder. So if you come and now there's a campaign going on, vote for me. Yeah, we know that galamsey is a pre-colonial issue that is there, but you have to solve it once and for all. Democracy in Ghana is not probably good for us. I think when Rawlings was there, things were straightened into order. I think sometimes we should not politicize every issue to democratic process as well. So Mr. Speaker, for me, that's my stand. And when we keep on moving to this strategy, we will hamper this country as well. Because 67 years. We are the first country in West Africa to have been independent. But others are doing, I'm trying to say gooder, but almost all the countries are doing very good. How much were we 67 years? Mr. Speaker, this is uncalled for. I think we should rethink as a nation, and democracy is too expensive for us to practice as a nation and as a country. Thank you very much.
Okay, so Honorable Vixen, we've heard you. Any other from the Senate? Okay, I think I'll go for Honorable Kelvin.
Thank you very much, the President and Mr. Speaker. I don't think we can have this debate in a vacuum because the contention coming from the lower chamber is as if we shouldn't vote at all. From the current speaker, I think that's the majority leader, to a large extent, makes a concession that it's choice that matters. So if you feel you have the choice, or if you feel you want to vote, then fine. So I think we need to address the problems in the status quo, low voter turnout and voter apathy to a large extent, which is happening, the democracy being undermined, and thirdly, marginalized voices. We need a status quo. So the first thing is that if on their side they want to claim not voting is the best form of protest, I think the signal it sends is not what they want, because largely the signal it sends is, oh, people are just disinterested, people don't care, it's voter apathy. The best choice to enhance or legitimize that particular protest is when you are compelled to go and vote and you end up damaging the ballot, you end up destroying your vote. It sends the best protest because, one, it is something that is quantified, it is something that is measurable.
the politicians and the leaders can look at it and say, see, we make people vote compulsory, just till they destroy the ballot. When they quantify the number of people who wasted their vote, then they realize that policies are not being reflective of their needs. Policies are not what the people want. It then creates an incentive for them to find out exactly what is happening. Because if on their side people don't come out at all, there's no legitimate way these politicians are able to quantify exactly what the cause is. Is it policies on our part that does not reflect the will of the people or something like that? We think on our side of the house, it is the best way to actively protest. If you destroy your ballot, at least it's something that is quantified and measurable. We can take a step from there. But then secondly, they say, not everyone is politically inclined, but I don't think any of them is a political analyst to a large extent, because the basic reasons why people vote are things that surround them. Galamsey, you don't need to go to hold a PhD in economics or something to know that Galamsey destroys your water body. You don't need masters in healthcare or masters in financial analysis to know that the economy is bad. These are things that affect the lives of people day in, day out, which of course they can make a politically rational decision on that. So if the cost of fuel is high, you don't need a driver to go and read petrochemical engineering or petroleum engineering before they are informed to make a good vote. I think to a large extent, mandatory voting even creates an incentive for political parties to actively inform people, to actively educate people, to create that particular awareness. So political inclination, that is not something that is really necessary for individuals to cast votes. Things around us are things that are eminent for people to make rational decisions on. I think they need to engage the debate fairly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is a massive submission. I can see how the honorable member is flowing, and I just imagine how the Youth Impact Parliament is going to counter that. So the floor is for you. Honorable Roberts, are you the one going to talk?
Thank
Of?
you very much. Right Honorable Speaker,
Okay.
Robert Young is my name. Yes, MP in the lower chamber. Yes, actually, I will only make
Please, how many
a
of you are
simple.
speaking?
Yes, that I'm speaking to that effect. That I
And
will.
one should resume.
No, we are all standing in the same spirit.
No.
That's why.
The two of you can't be.
Yes.
Okay.
So I will speak simple and give the mic to my honorable member to continue in that same spirit. You get me right? Yes.
But before that, he must raise a point of follow-up. So you can't say after speaking, then you give it to him. So after speaking, the microphone will go here.
We are in the same
It's one
spirit.
man.
That's why we are all standing, so that it will not be like he is standing again to speak. We are in the same spirit.
Yeah.
But
So
if it is-
whatever he's having, make sure he give it to you. Then you table.
Mr. Speaker, clarification. Wait.
Honorable Vixen.
Mr. Speaker, so I don't know, maybe we just escape that. Before we begin the conversation, I think we shall look at time. So that if someone wants to talk, we will 30 seconds before the rest of the time is up.
Oh, okay.
I think this time has given so that if someone is trying to play, there's more time so that we can make the debate flow. What can that
right? So that there can be even a follow up on the debate.
30 seconds. Okay. So okay. All right.
Thank you very much.
Sure. Please give him the microphone.
I just want to follow up on what my
Yes.
honorable MP just said, because looking at the House, the majority does not even have the numbers to debate us. So I want to plead that if there should be time allocated, or equally, you can see my side of the House, we have the numbers to debate. So equally, we want to give the opportunity to everyone to speak.
Okay,
all of us are ready. I don't know how many of them are ready to speak. So I beg you that to give the opportunity for my two MPs to speak. Thank you very much.
I get you. Okay, Honorable Robert.
Yes.
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you.
Yes, so that 30 seconds, if how you divide it is on to you.
30 seconds. How can I be do 30 seconds? Right Honorable Speaker, this is injustice.
Okay, okay, well noted, Honorable Vincent. So 1 minute, 1 minute, Robert.
Yes,
You
Right
have
Honorable
1 minute.
Thank you very much. My name is Robert Fion, and from the lower chamber. I've been saying this. Anytime there is an issue of debate, we have to look at the statement very well before we start debating. And that was why my honorable majority leader was trying to define some of the vocabularies in the statement, trying to point out the mandatory. But it looks like the other side of the house are not tuned to whatever my honorable members are saying. We are talking about the mandatory. The mandatory here changed the whole statement. Now, we were also saying that if election or voting is not mandatory, and the effect that is already giving we Ghanaians when it is not mandatory, the effect that we are already receiving cannot be anything good to write home about. Then what of if we make it mandatory? Then it will be a disaster. Are you getting it? It will be a disaster. And we are also saying that, I want to also say that even voting is an infringement against some religious group. Are we aware that there are some religious groups that don't vote? I can make several examples. Yes, but I know they are aware that there are some religious groups that are not even supposed to vote. And here lies the case, we are trying to make it compulsory, a mandatory one for that matter.
In conclusion, Honorable Member.
So, in conclusion, if voting is made mandatory, it's an infringement on the right of Ghanaians because we say there is right of freedom.
Okay.
Now, if it is right of freedom where I have the right to decide not to go and vote, why are you pushing it on me by force to go and vote?
Okay.
So, in the first place, it's an infringement.
Okay.
Yes, thank you very
All
much.
right.
I will end it there.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. I think we're supposed to go to the Senate. Okay, so Honorable Member, kindly resume your seat. We'll get back to you. So now we going straight to the Senate. If they have any, they should also call it come up with here. So Honorable Member, please you can give us what's his name?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker and then Madam President. There is a saying that when you are losing or you are being defeated, the only thing you end up doing is to start deviating. And my people from the other side have started deviating. They have stated their grievances, that these are the challenges that they are facing in their various constituencies. And the best way to solve it is to go out in their numbers and vote for change. So I don't know what they are saying here. They are just deviating. Maybe the item 13 is busy for them, so they should concentrate on the item 13.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Honorable Member. I think no, okay, please, we are heading to the other side. So kindly hold on with yours and then keep it tight. We'll come back to you. So Honorable Hubert, kindly come up with your
Thank you very much, Madam President and Mr. Speaker. I'm tempted to say my honorable member at the Senate side, because of his dark shade, is not seeing the words that we are pouring out. So when he is up,
Honorable
he
Member,
say otherwise.
Honorable Hubert, can you please change that word you just used?
My statement was, I am tempted to say.
So don't be tempted, please.
My honor, I've not said it, but I'm tempted to say my honorable member at the other side of the house, because of his dark shade, is not able to listen or what see the one. So if it could be possible, he can what remove it and then what see whatever that we are saying. Oh yeah, he should take it off, because somebody is saying what? All right, Madam President, and then Mr. Speaker, I will say again that the current situation happening in the country
There is no enough reason given to us by what our leaders since what election when we started election. This democracy now in Ghana is very very expensive. Some of what the great leaders, some of them are saying you should even call off the democracy in Ghana. Yes, that's their opinion, and in a way, what I'm saying for myself, I'm tempted to side with them because one, the mandatory aspect of it is what we are standing against. Because as stated by my honorable member Robert here, we have religions in this country that don't vote. So if you are coming to make it very mandatory, like you are going to force them, is that not going to do like a restriction on their freedom? Yes, it's going to restrict their freedom that they don't want to partake in any election. So for that matter, you forcing the person can go to the ballot, do whatsoever for which what will not represent the actual what will not reflect the actual result that what we are looking for. So we can never on this planet Earth in Ghana make what election very mandatory. We are still against the word mandatory. If it should be made mandatory, this is the time for us as Ghanaians. This is the time for our leaders to what prove beyond reasonable doubt that we can do what do election very mandatory by what resolving the current situations at hand. If they are able to resolve the current situations before us and what pushing this agenda that elections should be what mandatory, we can equally side with them and what go in for the mandatory side. I thank you.
Thank you so much, honorable member. So, honorable Elijah. Oh, he's not Elijah. Okay.
Hi, thank you, Madam President and Mr. Speaker. Coming back to what my honorable members at the other side are saying, it's nice hearing from them, respectfully. It's nice, and they look nice or handsome out there. But then, constitutionally, we have the right to vote. I like that question. That is it compulsory? Is it compulsory for someone to develop your country for you? Is it stated compulsorily that when you come to power, develop? But we fight for it. How do we fight? We need someone to be there as a government. How do that person enter that office to represent us? Secondly, a religion's constitution or rules and regulations cannot supersede our constitution, 1992 Constitution of Ghana. No matter what they will do, that I mean, our rights or our rules and regulations couldn't permit us to vote. It's up to them. We can use it to tarnish the image of others or restrict others from not exercising their rights. So, I still stand firmly and boldly to support the fact that we have to make that compulsory or mandatory for everybody, because we will be the same people to be in our houses to complain that this party or this government is not doing what we need. Such people are the people who couldn't vote, but they complain most. Who are you complaining to? Who should make the change for you to benefit? You must go out and vote. That makes it mandatory. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Senator Elijah. In fact, you've really said it all. So, no. Okay, so I think I'll give the opportunity to Honorable the one in the what's his name? Okay, so Honorable member in the black. I don't know your name, so I'm yeah. Please. Okay, so Honorable member, kindly yeah.
Thank you very much.
No, give it to you. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker and then President of the Senate, please arise on a point of order.
Okay.
Because it's very unfair for the President of the Senate I don't know it's because honorable member made a suggestion from or submission from your side. That is why you are applauding him that much, because we've not come to the conclusion of the debate. But here you are drawing conclusion. I feel it's very unfair of you to draw conclusion, because our first deputy speaker here does not draw any conclusion on any matter of the debate. So I plead that you stay
Okay,
fair
honorable member,
for
you
us.
have been put to order.
Madam President and Mr. Speaker,
This is point of order. You also raise point of order, so allow him to land.
I'll be glad to put.
Yes, I invited, so allow him to speak.
Arise to put.
We did.
Aye.
So it's the same point of order. So I called. But we have an eye contact.
Exactly. Thank you for that. Thank you for the opportunity. Arise to.
It's just like if you are going out, you give a sign, then you catch the eye of the speaker. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well noted. So, Honorable Elisha.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity. Actually, I rise to put my fellow honorable member in order because applauding an honorable member for making a submission doesn't mean he or she is taking sides. That gives more room for such an honorable member to come out next time to do what? To contribute more. So if you will rise today to shut down a leader of the house on that base, meaning you don't want us to contribute.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You have also been put to order. So, Honorable Hubert, can you or okay, Honorable Vixen. So, Speaker, the house is not your
Thank you, Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, you are turning your house into a playground. Mr. Speaker, honorable member. No, he made mention that Madam President is part of the. Mr. Speaker, allow me to finish.
Honorable member, please let me speak.
No, I'm on the floor.
Honorable member, please let me speak.
So you will not allow me to speak. Okay, speaker should be heard in silence. So
the word you use, you have to withdraw it.
Which word is that?
Withdraw what you just said.
So I'm concerned. I can't remember it.
Remind him.
Because I said you are
honorable member.
Mr. Speaker,
kindly withdraw the
I will demonstrate to you.
You said we are turning.
I said you are turning. Exactly. Because
and that word, you can't throw that word to me.
Oh,
kindly withdraw the
Mr.
word.
Speaker, I'm saying that.
Don't explain yourself.
No, let me just form my position. You withdraw the speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's an issue that we are discussing. Mr. Speaker, both Mr. Speaker,
failure to withdraw, you go out for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we are the stakeholders. So I'm saying that. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Vixen,
the president belongs to the upper chamber, and he's alluding to a point that has been made, and we are saying that you have to be anything. You have to be impartial, and I'm saying that you are turning your house to a playground because of what is happening.
And I'm saying that word is too harsh.
That a playground. So how turning this
failure to do that, you go out, you exclude the house for 2 minutes.
Because I'm saying what is wrong. Because I'm.
Honorable Speaker, resume your state. Mr. Speaker. Honorable you come here.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Mr. Speaker, and the entire House. Madam President and Mr. Speaker, the statement made by my honorable member, I think you should give him a fair hearing for the reason why, if he is having a reasonable justification for which he made that statement, I think it's just fair for him to do that, because there are enough reasons here for him to make such statement. So for you just trying to
hogwash whatever he's saying. I think it's not fair.
No, no.
I think it's not fair.
That is not what I meant.
That's what
He said something and I said he should withdraw. He should just withdraw, then continue with whatever.
My honorable member
He
stated,
said we are turning this place into a playground.
yes.
Meaning, we don't know what we are doing here. Exactly.
And if he's having a reasonable grounds for making such statement or justification towards his statement, I think you should just give him the opportunity to make such decision or give him that opportunity. If he is unable to do that, then you can administer the punishments that you are coming to
All
give
right,
him.
Honorable Hubert. Honorable Hubert, thank you so much. So what Honorable Vixen said, just rejoin what you said, what would have happened? We have something we call obey before complain, right? So, no, of course. So, yeah. Okay, so I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. So kindly explain yourself. But if it's still not well in line with that, you will still withdraw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my name is Mr. Shalom, MP for Hokwe, the only commercial city in voter region. You can disagree with that. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, he made a statement that you sitting over there as the president. So far as you move from this place to that place, anything you do over there should be impartial. But after he made established, and if I look at that, thank you for saying that. That means that you are siding with one. Meanwhile, you are the referee, and I'm saying that based on the gymnastics that is happening in the house, you called he placed someone he wrong on the name. He placed someone on the order, right? You didn't call him. Just allow him to finish. And you stood up talking. That was what we were against. Secondly, I'm saying that you are turning the house into a playground because you have relaxed the rules in the house. Mr. Speaker, that's the point. You see, the fact that you are there, wisdom is nobody's all knowing over here. And I'm saying that anytime someone makes a point, for us to withdraw, it could be either good or bad. For you not allow me and using your authority to molest or bully me is unacceptable. Because over here, we made a big decision. You are just there to accept it, Mr. Speaker. So, before I said over there, you should be impartial. Don't be alluded to any side of the house. That's what we are against, Mr. Speaker. Thirdly, like I said earlier on,
in conclusion,
allow me to finish. This is a debate, an interesting debate. I said if another member stood up to make a point, you give it 2 minutes. If he or she is only 30 seconds, then he will defer the rest of it 1 minute 30 seconds to us so that we can make the debate very interesting, because all of us raise about 4 people raise about, and then the whole thing will just be like that. So, Mr. Speaker, put your hands into order so I will come again. Thank you very much.
Now, Honorable Vixen, let me address you. You were saying my president said thank you for saying that. Now, I want to ask, what is the difference between thank you for your submission and thank you for saying that? Because we normally use thank you for your submission. So I didn't see anything about that telling someone thank you for saying that. Maybe the submission, Honorable Vixen, meaning the submission the person made, she likes it, so you can choose to, thank you for, yes, yes. So I didn't see, but well, Honorable Vixen, resume your seat. So, okay, so thank you very much. Thank you very much. Opinions are Moses, everybody has one. So thank you very much. So we continue. So I think Honorable was on floor. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You were on floor before they put you to order. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So I think now the issue has been resolved. But going forward, I believe that I had wanted to call for the Hamza before, because frankly, I've seen that we weren't able to or willing to accept that Madam the President is trying to side with the other side of the house.
All right.
So
Thank
I
you
want us
very
to
much.
be very fair.
Thank
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well noted. Well noted.
No, don't comment. Don't comment.
It must go to this people.
Yeah.
So, so who is speaking? Honorable Wonder. No, that time he said 1 minute. Yes, 1 minute. That's what we said.
Okay, that's the clarification I want to make.
Yes, we said 1 minute. Okay, so honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I beg your pardon. Thank you very much, Madam President and Mr. Speaker. My name is Doche Samson, the youth MP for Kwahua from Presno. Actually, we can never make voting in a general election mandatory in this country. I heard the other side saying that the rejected ballot that we have been having is as a result of the voting not being mandatory. I beg to differ with that. Um, when you make voting mandatory, it simply means that we are going to be banned from some benefits. Just take national service for instance. If you did not do national service, you will not be posted. So when we take it in this context, you will realize that if you did not vote, it is mandatory and you did not vote, you'll be banned from enjoying some benefits. Let's say for instance, I am sick and I cannot go and vote. It simply means that I'll be banned from enjoying some benefits. So it is never good to make voting mandatory. And moving on to travelers, if I have the volition to vote, I can travel. I know there is no law that will bring him down. So I can travel on my own. But when you make it mandatory, it means wherever I find myself, I have to come back. By hook or by crook, I have to come back to vote, which will not be possible. Then also politicians will take us for granted if we make voting mandatory. You can remember the mantra, no rules, no voting. This mantra alone puts fear into what? Politicians. So if we make it mandatory, they already know that we are going to vote, vote for them. So they will not take any interest in what? And giving us development. Mr. Speaker, we will always queue to vote. So under a scorching sun, we should queue for what? Voting.
In conclusion,
It is never good. It will not help us at all. But in conclusion, let me say that making it mandatory is never possible in this country. Let's look at all other countries that are practicing democracy. They are voting in a general election mandatory. No, it is not mandatory. Even the people that are our role model, we watch them, copy them, and practice in this country. They don't do that. So why, if we do that, it will actually disturb us. Thank you very much.
thank you so much, honorable member. And we're moving straight to the senators. Senator, okay, what's your name?
David.
Sorry?
Honorable David.
David.
Yeah.
Okay, so Senator David, kindly come up with your
Thank you,
submission.
Madam President and Mr. Speaker. What my honorable members from the other side need is education on the need to vote.
Okay.
One, we vote based on the manifesto of the candidate or the party. Two, the credibility of the candidate. Okay, so if there's one government in power and them themselves have stated their grievances by saying that some water bodies, the current state of some water bodies is nothing good to say about. Okay, so if they have stated their grievances, and there's another candidate that is saying in his manifesto that when I come into power, I'll put an end to all this. What do you have to do, my honorable man for the other side? You have to vote for the one who is saying that I'll put an end to this and this. Okay, so it's necessary to go out and then vote, exercise your rights, and then you change whatever
you want to change so that you have your freedom and then you enjoy your rights. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator David. Okay, so honorable member in the Africa Print, I haven't heard your voice today. So kindly do us the honor, please.
Elias, Honorable Elias, Honorable Nati,
Okay.
Madam President and Mr. Speaker and the House. I think the honorable member or the honorable members at the other side of the House are getting confused, especially the senator that made his submission about development in Ghana. When you look at the 1992 Constitution and you see uh, Article 96, it talks about how the leadership of Parliament is supposed to monitor the duties of the executives. So if he rise up in this house and is telling us that there is no law that backs development in this country, I think he's misleading the house. And he doesn't know what he's saying. And also, if you look at the laws of this country, if you look at Act 2013 and Act 865, you could realize that indeed you could see that indeed aside the mandatory given to the parliament by the constitution, there are laws that back development in this country. To follow up with the argument, I would say that to continue with the argument, I would say that even the countries that practice this mandatory voting, they have challenges in implementing these laws. So look at Ghana. We in Ghana we have even challenge in making sure we have a free and fair election. Looking at the records from 2016, how are you going to monitor that each and every member or each and every citizen of Ghana is able to vote during an election? It is going to be cost expensive, and even the monitoring and the implementation is going to be difficult. So I don't think we should even be arguing over this, because there's no way the motion before the House will help this country or can make this country a better one. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, honorable member. Now we're moving straight to the senators. Honorable Kevin, kindly do us the honor.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam President and Mr. Speaker. So I've listened to a lot of things I would like to engage. So firstly, I think the core of voting itself is to make sure that we hold politicians and political parties accountable. We agree that voting creates fear in politicians, right? But the problem is that on their side, they assume that there are not a lot of political parties in Ghana, such that when you say, oh, voting is compulsory, politicians are going to be like, then regardless, people will vote for us, so we will not do what is right. If you don't do what is right, another political party is willing to do that. So that competition that exists itself creates that incentive for you not to risk the vote, or for you not to risk that particular power. So on our side of the house, even if voting is still mandatory, we still have the ability to instill that fear in politicians to still do good things. Because if they don't, another person will. So they can't argue or claim that exclusive benefits to their side. But I want us to have the debate on a more important level in terms of policy making. Realize that Ghana, for instance, we have a lot of groups, we have lots of interests, we have different preferences. In an instance where voting is voluntary, politicians don't cater to their broader base. What they do is to cater to their core bases where they can win elections. What it means is that to a large extent, policy preferences are those on their side does not reflect the will of the entire populace. On our side, when voting is mandatory, you need to win every swing state, you need to win everybody. What it means is that you have that incentive to create policies that reflect the broader interest of the general populace. In conclusion,
We have better policy making that reflects the will of the populace. On their side, they cater to the Ashantis in Ashanti region. They cater to core bases that does not reflect the will of the people. We think our side is better.
Thank you so very much, Senator Kelvin. So on this note, we are taking two more submissions from each house, two from two submissions from the MPs, and then two more submissions from the senators. Then we draw a conclusion to that. On that note, I want to call on honorable member. What's your name? Marvelous. I haven't heard your voice the whole day. So please do us the honor. I would love to hear your voice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and uh, thank you, Madam Speaker, and um, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Madam President. Um, please, it seems the senators are still lost in the whole debate. Look, taking it from when Honorable or Senator Elisha spoke, he spoke about, is there anywhere in the Constitution that a politician who promised you to develop the country is mandatory for the person to develop the country? If it's not mandatory for the person, then why is it mandatory for the person to vote for you? If you are telling us it's not mandatory for somebody who made promise to do it, then it's not mandatory for me also who listening to the promise to vote for you, because no one sitting here can put effort into what he or she have been doing over years and not getting any benefit. It's been time we voted and we didn't yield anything from whatever we voted for. Ghana is 67 years, as we know. There are countries that they have not gained after their independence. They've not reached this height or this number of years, but they are far developed than Ghana. What is happening? So making voting mandatory won't be the solution to our problems. We rather look outside the box and think about whatever we can do to make the nation rich in development, rather than looking for making voting mandatory. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Honorable Margaret. So we are taking, sorry? Okay, so Honorable Robert. Okay, please do. There's still time, so please you can add up. After then, you can do your.
Thank you very much, Madam President and Mr. Speaker. Actually, I've been saying this that.
Please, order in the house.
I've been
Someone
saying
is on
this
the
that
floor.
at times we have to go back to our primary and our GSS to go and learn Pythagoras theory very well. Because Pythagoras theory is a lesson that Pythagoras, whatever it may sound, it's a theory that teaches us very well. And if you miss it on that, you will not be able to understand when we are doing debate.
So what do you
Honorable Elijah, you see how the counter came from my honorable member, and I don't think you can have any argument in listening to that. Yes, because in fact, already our BVB machines are being stolen. Even though elections is not being made mandatory, but our BVB machines are being stolen. There is a lot of corruption, even though it's not mandatory. There are a lot of corruption here and there. And now, if we make it compulsory, another one I want to hit on his rebuttal is that he said we should make it compulsory, and it's going to be based on policy, and the policy that is the best for us, then we go in and vote for us. Policies that are full of lies, swarm of lies in this country. Somebody will just come and promise heaven and earth, and then will not do anything. So please, in fact, let's understand the word mandatory. That changed the whole statement. Changed the whole statement. So yes, they should form a debate club They should form a debate club and then come back later. Because with what they are debating, actually it's a house being packed with both majority and minority. And in fact, they can't battle this. The mandatory has changed the whole statement. Are you getting it? So if that mandatory has to be taken out of the equation, and it will make our election free and fair, and the development that we are looking for will by all means from our change of attitude, not making election mandatory, but from the change of attitude,
All right.
we'll have the development that we are looking
Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So we're moving to Senator Elisha, please.
We'll go to Hugh. Yeah, Hugh.
Hi, thank you, Madam President and Mr. Speaker. I'll be glad to advise Honorable Robert to sit upright in the chamber whenever he comes here. All that he stood up to say wasn't from me. You see, someone who experiences extra classes shouldn't stand up to challenge an honorable member in the house. Coming back to everything, even Chile, as a country on their own, actually exited the mandatory, but they came back 2020. Why should they come back 2020? You should ask yourself. Meaning there's something beneficial there, that's why they are coming back. You see, you just stand up and talk based on no facts. Then you claim you are a politician or someone trying to read that extent. I don't think. Moreover, all that Honorable Domelevu bless or Domevenu bless, if I'm right, said wasn't something I said. Okay, we should get everything accurately and challenge based on what an honorable member said in the house, because here is a house of record keeping. It's nice. We vote for MPs. Is it the duty constitutionally for an MP to develop?
Okay, so
But then we challenge these people. Why won't we?
Senator Elisha, so you have please do.
Thank you, Speaker Nawas. My name is Vixen Bryce Selom, Youth MP for Hohwe, the only commercial city in Volta region.
Please, we are aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We are aware of that.
Mr. Speaker, in as much as the upper chamber have been given the opportunity to talk, they have to really sit back and analyze whatever that they will spew out. Because this is a house of record keeping, and clerks are doing their work. We don't want to taint the book with lies. So could you please come back and mention the other member's name correctly? We can't. This will be an affront to the house. Thank you very much.
All right. Yeah. So we can continue. Okay, so Senator Elisha, kindly do.
Hi, thank you, Honorable Vixen Bright Selom, for that correction or putting me right. I'm glad. Honorable Domevenu Bless, if I'm right, I'm not the father or the mother. So confirm if that's your name. That's why I want him to confirm. Mark Bless Domevenu, is that your name? Thank you. So they should be upright in whatever they will be saying. We vote for MPs. It's not the duty of an MP constitutionally to develop.
Please, there is noise.
We have MCs and DCs there. We don't challenge these people.
Noise in the house.
Nobody fights these people that are supposed to.
Okay, so honorable member, please come up with your correction.
Correction. That honorable senator here must understand the debate on the floor.
Okay.
We are not arguing voting for someone for developmental projects. So he create your indulgence to address or educate the house. No one raised maybe any points or any argument on this side of the house saying that vote for MP for a developmental project. We are all aware of that. So you should actually
go back to the place of the debate, the motion before the House, and debate that motion. Thank you very much.
All right. So thank you very much, honorable member.
All right, thank you so much. But then, I was
So
replying.
please, in conclusion.
In conclusion, I was replying to what Honorable McBless said. So I don't know where the other Honorable Secretary is coming from. So he should try to resume his seat when the right person stand up to talk. Then you
Okay,
rebut.
so thank you very much, Senator Elijah. Honorable Hubert. Honorable Hubert, kindly. Oh, your member is on the floor.
Thank you very much, presiding officers and the entire House. Madam President and then Mr. Speaker, to be fair, looking at the ratio of the Senate to our members, a lot of people are yet to speak on the motion, where if you give the opportunity for all of them to speak, will be fair, because when an opportunity is being given, you could see the number of people that normally raise up their hand. So if you count the number of them, they are about 4, and we are about more than what? 12. So if the ratio could be balanced to the ratio of 1 to 3, or 1 to 2 minimum, I think it will be fair for a fair hearing of everybody.
Okay.
And then to the Senate, they are our baby coming up. Our baby coming up. They are not even up to a year yet. So when they are there, they should sit down. They should sit down cool, like how my honorable Robert normally do say. They should see, observe, and learn.
Honorable Hubert, thank you so much for that. But I want you to know something. Even though they are your babies, always remember that they are the upper chamber. Please don't forget that.
They are 4 years old.
But they are still the upper chamber. They are still the upper chamber. So remember that. Okay. All right. So order, please. Order, please. So back to you, Honorable Hubert. I think I agree with you. You have a quite number of people behind you, and I would want to. You see your life. So I would want to give you guys like 3 opportunities, but I'm going to call who I want them to speak.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to. Oh no, Vixen, please put your hands down. I'm not going to call you. Okay, so I haven't hear your voice, Honorable Rogian. I haven't hear your voice. So please, I want to give you the opportunity to speak to the House. Yes. No. So okay, no. If he then I'm going to call him a boy. Yeah, please, Honorable, kindly do as the honor. Honorable Vixen, I'm not calling you.
Thank you, Madam President and Speaker of Parliament. Please, my name is Robert Alavi, but because I have a senior brother here, I prefer to be called Alavi.
Alavi?
Alavi.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like I love you.
Something like that, yes. Okay. Okay. So, for us over here, making voting mandatory undermines the very essence of democracy, which is freedom of choice. People have the right to choose whether or not to participate in the electoral process. And forcing them to vote could lead to a sense of resentment towards governments. Ghana, according to a research, Ghana's electoral system is already robust with a high level of over participation. Sorry, with a high level of voter participation. In fact, Ghana has one of the highest voter turnout rates in Africa. with over 70% of registered voters participating in 2020 presidential election. Mr. Speaker, making voting mandatory could potentially lead to voter apathy. There are other ways to increase voter participation, such as civic education and voter registration drives. These methods can help to empower citizens and encourage them to take an active role in electoral process without resorting to mandatory voting. In my conclusion, whilst the intention behind making voting mandatory may be to increase voter participation, I believe it could also have unintended consequences that could undermine the democratic process. Instead, we should focus on empowering citizens and encouraging them to make or to take an civic role in the electoral process through civic education and voter registration drive. That's our conclusion. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so very much, Honorable Robert, for that beautiful. Okay, so Honorable Wanda, please do.
Thank you, Madam President and Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity for all this work. I know very well that there is a coup being plotted against my very person here, not for me to be mentioned and contribute on this subject matter. I know the one sponsoring this, I know. But God being so good, I'm on the floor now. Madam President and then Mr. Speaker, may I refer you to Article 42. Article 42 of Article 42 of the 1992 Constitution, with your indulgence, may I read. Right to vote. Every citizen of Ghana of 18 years of age or above and of sound mind has the right to vote and is entitled to be registered as a voter for the purposes of public elections and other referenda. All right. My point here is that it's been 32 years when we adopted this democratical dispensation of our politics. It's been 32 years. And we can all attest to the fact that things have not been well as far as development is concerned. Today, the trend today is that most Ghanaians are not able to feed themselves 3 times a day. Most Ghanaians are not able to, afford basic needs of life. So how can you tell such a person that whether you like it or not, you are going to vote? Can that be possible? You are pouring petrol into a fire of that person, and that cannot be possible. So my point here is that voting must not be made compulsory, because if it is made compulsory, it is against the fundamental human rights of this electorate. This is the point. The fundamental human right is given to somebody right from birth.
Senator,
and it depends on,
Elisha, please, someone is on the floor.
Comport yourself.
and it depends on whether the person would like to exercise it in the interest of a political party, a candidate, or whatsoever. Coming to Honorable Senator Elijah's issue, speaking about it's not compulsory for somebody to be elected into office, and such a person is not bound to bring a developmental project into his electorate. No, that's out of the bar. Because when somebody can queue under the sun and vote for you into an office, then specifically the person has voted for you on the basis of a policy for an agenda to be assessed or agenda to be persecuted. But at the end of the day, when the person votes and he is not seeing anything in it, and now you want to make it compulsory,
That cannot be possible. So, Madam President and then Mr. Speaker, our point, this side of the house, our point, we are saying that the word mandatory should be taken out of this debate,
All right.
and voting should be discretional.
All right.
It shouldn't be compulsory. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much, Honorable Wanda. Okay, so my very good friend, Honorable, please, yes, kindly give us your submission. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Madam President and Mr. Speaker in the House. I just want to say that in as much as we are making references to other countries, it is important to note that the happenings in other countries is not what is happening here. And the laws in these countries are based on the setting of that particular country. If we are to bring other happenings or other things that are happening in, say, Chile, we heard from the upper chamber that Chile was first restricted to mandatory voting. They switched and then came back. So my point now is that if there was nothing wrong with it, why then would they switch and leave mandatory voting for a while before they come back? So please, the point I'm trying to make is that in as much as you are making references to other countries, we should also note that these laws and legislations that are made in other countries are based on the happenings in that country. And if you want to shift this mandatory voting into our country, it will not be compatible with our current dispensation now. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. At this juncture, okay, Honorable.
Thank you very much,
Okay.
Madam President and Mr. Speaker. Robert Fiaonu is still the name. Yes. The act that my honorable member quotes verbatim right now to all of us. He said, with sound mind. And now, the word sound mind, let's underline the word sound mind from that article. Now, if we want to make it compulsory, meaning we want the mad people on the street to also come and vote. And they will come and they will not even come and vote. They will just come and tear the papers. Oh yes. Yes, so meaning we are taking with sound mind out of the equation.
In conclusion,
Yes, we are taking with sound mind out of the equation.
In conclusion,
And it's going to do us more harm than
okay.
good. I want to do some
So
comparison.
Senator Elisha want to put you.
I want to do some.
Please,
Actually, I would like to educate my honorable member here on something. Nobody.
Senator Elisha, someone has put you.
Oh, no problem.
Honorable Vixen, please.
Speaker, I'm on the floor. You always interject me whenever
No.
I'm on speak. The speaker, what you are doing is like 50 today. We are all your children, but it's like today you are against me. The
Please
speaker,
go on ahead.
like I said earlier on, if someone's on the floor and you are putting someone to order, allow the speaker to call you. Don't just stand up on your feet. I didn't hear it. This side of didn't hear it. Did you hear it? When you vote now, we are going to win. We didn't hear it, the speaker. Yes, the speaker.
Okay.
Unless
Well noted. Well noted.
By the way, you are interjecting me.
Yeah, well noted. Well noted. Thank you.
So he has to continue. Yes. No, he has to continue. No. He has to continue.
Okay. All right. So, Senator Elisha, I'll come back to you. Don't worry. I'll come back to you. So,
And
Honorable Robert,
yes,
in conclusion.
In conclusion, the sad aspect of the whole situation is that
Okay.
Ghana in 2020, the voter register was 17 million and the voter turnout was 11 million, giving us the difference of what, 6 million. Now, didn't turn out. Now, look at the population, 11 million from 17 million has come out from their whatever and do their voting. And now only 6 million decided, maybe out of religious reason. How will you want someone who believes that God will not like him to vote. You want to tell the person that he should go and vote, meaning why he's going to have a grudge with God. You want to infringe on that person who is having a covenant with God, should break the covenant and come and do
In
what you
conclusion, Honorable Robert.
So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, they say what in the book of, if I'm not mistaken, in the Bible says that.
Please, what is the quotation? What is the quotation?
In the book of Zachariah, in the Bible, the Bible made it clear that the Bible made it clear that when there is a fight between a man and a man, another man will solve it. What of if it is between a man and God? Who will solve it? Are we getting the whole thing? I am bound by God not to vote, and you, a man, you want me to go by against God. Who will come and solve the problem for me? Please, let's take the mandatory out. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Honorable Robert. Honorable Senator Elisha, please, you are on the floor. So, Honorable Senator Kevin, I'll come back to you, don't worry.
All right, thank you once again. I would like to talk to my brother,
Okay.
Robert. Okay, Robert is my brother, although he's an honorable member. You see, I've worked with the EC before. There's no way an electoral
Honorable
officer.
Robert, you should be absent because you were put to order.
Okay, there's no way an electoral officer will tell someone on the street that you are mad. No. Are you a doctor? Are you honorable Robert? Are you a doctor to tell someone on the street that you are mad? Ah, you see, sometimes we don't make some statements in the house. So they shouldn't make that statement that some people are mad. So no. You can attest to that fact if someone is mad for that person not to vote on that day. So far as the person is there with a valid voter's ID card, everybody is upright and very, very sound.
All right. Thank you so very much. Okay, please give. Honorable Robert, please resume your. No, please resume.
Honorable Elijah is misleading the house.
No, it's okay. You resume. Please resume. Resume your seat. It's okay. Resume your seat. Resume. Okay. Honorable Vexen. Please, I am not Mr. Speaker. Honorable Vexen. Please, you have just a minute to say whatever you want to say.
With my
Just
point,
a minute.
with my point and caution, everything.
Yes,
My
everything
point,
within
okay.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker in the House. My name is Bryce Salom, Youth MP for Hokwe. In fact, 2H City, the only commercial city in
You have 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the other side of the House, I think they are involving in loose talks because I'm not too sure that the other paper have been given to them to study very well. Because if they were to do, probably they will not be making a statement that they are making. It's just unfortunate that the other member that was in dark shade left because he caused the chaos and ran away. Mr. Speaker, what they have to say to help the conversation, they are not engaging in that, but they are engaging in filibustering over here. Mr. Speaker, like their leader, I don't know whether that's the president, right? The president made mention about policy. You have to vote for them. Mr. Speaker, I beg to differ. We pay tax. It's your responsibility to take care of us. You don't need the soothsayer. So that argument for the first time is a flaw. Mr. Speaker, the second one is they made mention of what's the name? Education. They have to educate us to vote. Mr. Speaker, I beg to differ. When I stood up for the first time, I gave you the trajectory where we started from and where we are going. During the Kutu Achampo time was okay until the advent of democracy. That was 1996. If you target 30 years to where we are as a country, that's where the argument is coming from. Making voting mandatory. Yes, even it's not mandatory, but look at the something that we are passing to. Mr. Speaker, let me ask you. I know you have dreams and aspirations.
In conclusion.
I want me to finish. Your fellow ladies, probably in other countries, some of them are MC, ministers. On a normal, everybody's living normally. People in this country cannot afford 3 square meal in this country, but we are voting. So, Mr. Speaker, voting compulsorily is not the way out. It's about the mindset. If you
In
don't have empathy,
conclusion,
the speaker, you're interjecting me. It's affecting my thought. So just allow me to finish. So, Mr. Speaker, the upper chamber, Mr. Speaker, I'm talking, they also talking. That's why they always debate for any debate, any motion that we go to this house has to speak to the issue. Mr. Speaker, it just sat in my heart that for the first time, a historic event. I don't know whether they are 3 million or not, I don't know. But I will encourage them that next time they should sit down, share the other people with them first, so that they can be rehearsing.
all right.
And also, I'll also suggest that
Okay,
we equally set up a debate platform, because what I've seen today, and the person in the other member in the shade, probably we should have taken off his shade and read the motion very well before making that those baseless statements. Okay. Let me just speak out.
Very well noted.
Lastly, like I said, like I said, this is an interesting debate. So we have to set time. Okay, if it's 2 minutes for each person to speak, and honor about this people for only 30 seconds, should be able to defer the 1 minute 30 seconds to us so that we can make the conversation.
We've done that.
No, but see, it was intermittent. It mean I have so many points, and you gave me 1 minute to respond.
So be honest to yourself. You spoke more than 5 minutes.
The speaker, 5 minutes.
Yeah, you've done that.
The speaker, with all due respect, you are lying to yourself.
Oh, of course, of course.
Okay, we keep quiet. I'm on the floor. So, Mr. Speaker,
Okay, so in conclusion,
in conclusion,
yes.
making voting mandatory or compulsory is not the way forward.
Okay.
If you look at UK, they are pressing the monarchical system, of which they are not into compulsory voting. But look at things are going, like I said, 67 years in the sub-region. And look at Dubai, 20 years, go to that place.
Yeah.
This country, I don't know where we are heading to, but we have to rethink, reorient our mindset and our attitude.
All right.
And upgrade as a country.
All right.
We can't afford to reset ourselves and go back to people that must.
Thank you so
we have
very
to upgrade. So thank you very much for allowing me to educate.
To use all this time. Thank you so very much.
Oh, I should go.
No, it's okay. Thank you. So, as
lastly, we need an upgrade, not reset, that the upper chamber is talking about.
okay.
Thank you very much.
Very well noted. Very well noted.
Yes, so thank you very much, Honorable Vixen. In fact, I really like the statement you make. You made. Yes, it's the past tense. Yes, you made. The upgrade and the reset. In fact, I will actually make this suggestion to Mr. Speaker for this motion to come back to the House. Whether Ghana need an upgrade or a reset. So prepare for that. Thank you very much. So at this juncture, we take a final statement from Honorable Senator Kelvin.
Thank
A
you.
final statement. So gather everything, then give it to them. Then they will also
Thank you very
give
much,
their final one.
Mr. Speaker and Madam President. Please, how many minutes do you have?
You have a minute.
A minute is
okay. You have 3 minutes. Yeah, 3 minutes.
All right. So thank you very much.
Yes.
See, the leaders are talking.
Oh, okay, let me proceed. So I've listened to a lot of things, but what I think is that if we are mandating voting on our side, let's avoid those ridiculous things that mad people will vote, that children are also going to vote. Let's have the capacity. Those 18 and beyond, those who are eligible to vote, are still going to vote. Given that that is the premise, you can't argue ridiculous things like, oh, mad people are going to vote when it's mandatory. Those things are not important. Let's have the debate on a reasonable ground. But then secondly, what they say is that, voluntary, what they say is that, order in the house. What they say is that voting on our side of the house is going to be bad, blah, blah, blah. Those things are harms that are existing on their side of the house. Things like missing ballot box, machines being in people's room are harms that comes with voting, not when voting is mandatory.
You get the point? So we can't have the debate on that particular aspect too. They don't have any unique benefit voluntary voting provides. At best, we say mandatory voting caters for a broader population, where as a politician, you need to win everyone and cater for all their preferences on their side. When voting is voluntary, they then cater to only specific interest groups and their core bases. That is why all the harms happen. So if policies are not in place, that you don't get jobs, you don't get money, it's because it is not reflective of the will of the entire populace. People are also in the status quo who have jobs, who are working. They don't complain about that. So it should be a collective good. And that argument on, oh, voting is a civic duty and blah, 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 we think it's true. It's a civic duty. That is why mandating it maximizes that particular civic duty. You can't argue religion and covenants to God. We think state curtails rights. That's why the state restricted movement, etc. during COVID. So that argument cannot be, people have that. They think when the right of the state supersedes that individual autonomy and choice, it is better. They should name one benefit that comes exclusively with voluntary voting. We say our side, we have better policy making. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is the final statement from Senator Kelvin. We move to the youth parliamentarian, which Honorable Quibet Agbafode will give us his final statement. His final statement. After that,
Thank you very much, Madam President and Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity once again. Madam President and Mr. Speaker, we have something in this country called freedom of association. And then I would like to refer you to something that just happened 2 days ago, where the Electoral Commission took off some people that couldn't meet the requirements to become a president of this country. So we have people that are associated with the people that were being taken off from the race, where we had the likes of the PNC and then others. The people that believe in the ideologies of these various independent candidates and then political parties. Now that they are being taken off the race, this current motion that we are talking about, voting should be mandatory. We have freedom of association, that the party that they believe that they can associate themselves with, that is not even in the race now. Can we still go by that, forcing these people to vote for the people that are being left on the ballot box or the paper, the 13 people? No, they have freedom of association, that they can decide to associate themselves with any political party. And now that their political party that they believe in is no more in the race, they can decide to vote or not. So this ideology of we making voting very compulsory or mandatory, where we should start from is what we should either resource the slowly dying National Commission for Civic Education. They should give us enough reasons, as the constitution might mandate them to educate the citizens on these current happenings or any other matters happening in the country. These are the steps that we should channel our grievances to. I don't think voting should be mandatory, because it shouldn't be something necessity. It's out of my will or my decision to partake in the election. It shouldn't be mandatory for me. And then to also add up, even though this is not part of the motion for the day, we don't have other business on the report. So looking at the standing orders, and then I'm reading from order 61, which reads, a member of the house shall be deemed late if he or she arrives 30 minutes
after the commencement of the sitting. This is my closing remarks, so I have to put all this together and then make it a holistic one. Okay.
In conclusion,
So let me kindly read what is stated here. 1. A member of the House shall be deemed late if he or she arrives 30 minutes clear after the commencement of the sitting. 2. A member that falls paragraph 1 above shall be subjected to the payment of a reasonable fine as determined by the Privileges Committee. 3. An honorable member shall, however, be exempted from the punitive 2 above if he or she prior to the sitting inform Mr. Speaker of his lateness. I'm sure this particular clause is also part of the Senate. Yes. So when we look at how things are going on, even though most of the Senate and the honorable members are late, the House is automatically empty as we speak now. Going forward, I think we should put this particular clause to order. We should take a key look at what this particular clause, because the reason why we are here is to transact the business for the day. Whilst the business for the day is in progress, honorable members and the senators are not here to debate on the motion for which we are here today. And to add up, today, church, what I learned from church, if you want to become a leader, you must serve. You must be the least of all. But what we are seeing currently, that leadership figure that we've put there, they've tend to be something like a teen gods that they are untouchable. We don't want leaders anymore, but we want people that can serve with their whole heart. It shouldn't be because they've voted for you, you've become the boss of the bosses. Whatever you say is final. I think going forward, we should be looking at this before we be championing the mandatory voting. I thank you.
thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honorable member, I will not allow you, please. So thank you very much for that final submission. At this juncture, we move a motion for the adoption of the debate that okay, so we move a motion for the adoption of the debate that Ghanaian General Elections should be made mandatory for all electorates. So I put the question. All members in favor to say aye. All members not in favor to say nay. So honorable members, the nays have it. So the motion stand adopted. Okay, okay, okay.
He was just saying the motion.
The motion. Okay, it's not carried. Okay, okay, so yeah, it's true. Yes.
Madam President, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity. I want to educate the House on how questions are put and how things are adopted. Even when you don't like a particular motion, you don't need to exactly say it shouldn't go through. When it is time for voting, you vote against it. So when the ayes have it, then the Speaker declares that the ayes have it, the motion carries. Therefore, this motion has been adopted by the House and he bans the gavel. But when the nays have it, he simply says The nays have it. The motion does not carry. Therefore, this motion has not been adopted, and he bans the gavel. That brings it to an end. So, Madam President, Mr. Speaker, kindly put the question again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I put the question. Oh, yes, I can. Yes, it's allowed. It's allowed. I put the question. The short form of question. Yes, I put the question. No, Honorable Vixen. Honorable Vixen. Honorable Vixen, receive your seat. Honorable Vixen, I didn't call you. Receive your seat. Honorable Vixen, receive your seat. Thank you very much. Honorable members, I put the question. All those in favor to say aye. All those not in favor to say nay. Thank you very much, honorable members. The nays have it. Therefore, the motion does not carry. Yes, yeah. So thank you. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, order in the house. So, honorable members, we quickly move to item 10. Okay. Item 10. I think we have to finish the 10 and 11 before we didn't. Different one.
Yours is different, mine is 10.
Yeah, mine is 10.
It's 10.
Okay, so I think we have some mistake on the other papers. So yeah, the numbering. So let me conjoin with the 13. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we move to item 13. Item 13. So adoption of the first parliamentary committee on selection report. Yes, so I will take that particular one. I will mention the names to you. So, first committee of selection reports of fourth parliament, parliamentary service board. We have chairperson Adam Usman, speaker of parliament. Secretary Mary Tetegan, clerk of parliament. Member Daniel Kofi Daku, marshal of parliament. Hubert Agbahode, majority leader. Wanda Nicodemus Jameshi, minority leader. Enoch Kwame Sodoji, first deputy speaker. Magdalene Adukwe, second deputy speaker. So I move to urgent standing committee on the fourth parliament of the YIPU. Appointment committee. Chairperson Enoch Sodoji, first deputy speaker. Ranking member Mike Bless, minority chief whip. Privilege committee. Chairperson Magdalene Adukwe, second deputy speaker. Ranking member Believe Agoso, majority chief whip. Sorry, I didn't mention it very well. Standing orders committee. Chairperson Adam Usman, speaker of parliament. Business committee. Chairperson Hubert Akabode, majority leader. Vice chairperson Vixen Radiselo, majority leader. Intelligence committee. Chairperson Wanda Nicodemus Jameshi, minority leader. Vice chairperson Robert Fiaono, deputy minority leader. So those
are the committee of selection and standing committee. So we move a motion for the adoption of those committees. So, so you move a motion, someone should second. Yes.
All right, thank you very much, presiding officers and the entire house. I'm Hubert Sakakode, the majority leader for the lower chamber of Youth Impact Movement. I rise to move for the adoption of the first parliamentary committee on selection report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Second that.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and Madam President, for the opportunity. My name is Wanda Nicodemus Yamashi, Minority Leader of the 4th Parliament of Youth Impact Parliament. In reference to Order 104, and with respect to the motion moved, I hereby second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Motion moved and seconded. Therefore, okay, Honorable.
Madam President, the Speaker, I think this is a house of order and a motion has been moved and it has been seconded. There should be at least a chance for a counter motion. If there are certain things that are not right in the motion, we are going to the motion.
One minute, so really, just a quick one, yes, give it one.
Okay, thank you, Madam President and Mr. Speaker. Before my counter motion, I want to say that when you look at Order 15 of our standing orders, it gives the privilege to the Deputy Speaker to represent the Speaker in his absence, and it will be given the full authority the Speaker deserves. And also, my knowledge, I know that the Speaker presides over a sitting, and the Speaker is not supposed to be called to order. But in this particular house today, I will see that the Speaker has been called to order several times, and it is not right. It is causing a disorder in the house. So I want the Speaker to take position of his full authority as the Speaker of the House. And my counter motion is, if I understand certain things right, the honorable member that moved the motion for this particular the motion is part of those who name have been mentioned in the appointment video. So I want to know if such a person is part of them, should he also move the motion for this particular appointment video? Thank you.
Thank you very much. For the motion, there is nothing on that. I want to inform you that, as you were saying, the speaker has been corrected. Unfortunately, there is nothing like that. Yes, you can't correct the speaker. They just make a suggestion. If you want to, if you are saying they corrected the speaker, who raised the point of correction to correct the speaker? Nobody. So you don't have any evidence to stand on it that the speaker has been corrected. Yes. So thank you very much. Honorable Wanda.
Thank you very much, Madam President and Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Yeah, in reference to the statement raised by the honorable member, yes, we are leaders of this house. I mean the 4th Parliament. So when the majority leader moves the motion, minority leader acts. So that's the brief.
Honorable
Thank you, Speaker and House. My name is Victor Selom, MP for the good people of Ohio and the only commercial city in this line. You can say that's a fact. The Speaker, like he said, nobody put the Speaker to order, but we can equally inform him that what he's doing is not good, or maybe he's relaxing the rules of the House. For you to equally do some introspection to come out. None of us can put him to the order because he is the beholder of the house. So, start when I said he has tended the house
has relaxed the rules and is making members at the board, especially at the other side, through tantrums and things that are not supposed to happen, and something that they have to say to help the conversation progressing. They are just retarding the conversation without looking at the time they spend value. If they are good listeners, they will listen to it.
Thank you very much. So, motion moved and seconded. All members in favor to say aye. Aye. All members not in favor to say nay. So the ayes have it. Therefore, the motion carries. So the motion has been adopted.
I thank you so very much, my very own Mr. Speaker. So we are straight over to item 14, then the adoption of the first Senate Committee on Selection. Okay, so the first committee of selection report on the People's Senate, the Senatorial Service Board, Chairperson Jones Amagashi Biglo, President of the Senate, Secretary Cyril Kakali Amazon, Clerk to the Parliament, Member Benjamin Kato, Marshal of the Parliament, Member Kevin Ajimati Mesa, Majority Leader, Member Elisha Ken, Minority Leader, then Member Deborah Nabasega, Deputy President. We're moving straight to the urgent sitting committee of the Parliament Senate of the Youth Parliament. Appointment Committee Chairperson Deborah Nabasega, Deputy President, Ranking Member Michael Bisiago, Minority Whip, and then Ethics Committee Chairperson Faith Limajo, Senator, Ranking Member Felix Adite, right? Adite, Majority Whip, and then Rules Committee Chairperson John Amakashi, President, Business Committee Chairperson Kevin Agrimati Mesa, Majority Leader, Vice President Jonathan Nimo, Deputy Minority and Majority Leader. Intelligence Committee, Chairperson Elisha King, Minority Leader, and then Vice President Harriet Abudi, Deputy Minority Leader. So those are the committee for the selection of the report of the People's Senate. So I put the question to the House, to the Senate, and for this so for the Senate, Senator Kevin, sorry, kindly move the motion for us.
Thank you very much, Madam President and Mr. Speaker. I'm Kelvin Azameti Mensa, the Majority Leader of the Senate. I hereby move the motion for the adoption of the first Senate Committee on Selection report. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. I think at this session we are okay. So we want a seconder.
Thank you for the opportunity, Madam President and Mr. Speaker. I duly second what my honorable majority leader the Senate side said earlier.
All right. Thank you so very much. Honorable Dixon, would you want to say something?
Yes, please. It's an opportunity.
Okay, so now I put the question, the selection on the people, those in favor, say aye. Those not in favor, say nay. Okay, so the ayes have been set. The ayes you all to the election report has been reviewed and adopted.
When the fundamentals are weak, the sense of the debates to expose
Any question there's any of, I think we do not have any, right? Oh, therefore, Robert, do you have something to say? Any question whatsoever? No. Okay.
Okay. Okay, so thank you very much. There's nothing, so we move to the adjournment of the sitting. So can an honorable member make a motion for the adjournment of this sitting? Honorable Vincent. No, please, no, please. Please. Honorable Senator, please move the motion. You four are the second rather, and it must be done by the majority leader, so. No. Honorable. Okay. Tell me, yeah, you are here. Do that. Move the motion for adjournment.
Thank you very much, Madam President and Mr. Speaker. Given the end of this historic event and celebration of the joint chambers, I think the dialogue has been engaging enough. It's time for the House to take a recess and reflect on whatever has happened. I hereby move a motion for the adjournment of this sitting. Thank you.
Okay, motion move. Second, majority leader. No, majority leader is the second.
Sit down.
Per practice.
All right, thank you very much, Madam President and Mr. Speaker. It has been a great day, and we learned from our guest of honor, which has been an impactful and insightful conversation from him. And I would like to use this opportunity to thank my caucus members, all my house members, for sitting from the start of the day till the end. I'm highly I'm highly thankful for their stay for all this while. I think the Senate, which is the upper chamber, which they are claiming they are our seniors, they should be learning from us. The whip should be able to whip the members in line so that they can stay until the end of the debate. I can see the end of the debate as actually what exposed their weakness, and it's looking like they are trying to be.
Order in the house.
It's now turning to be a 3-member committee. And if not for anything at all, my good friend Kelvin Azamati Mensah want to be in shame. That's why he's still sitting until this time. And Honorable Kim Elisha also. So I'm pleading with them, they should kindly do their best. The next joint sitting, we should improve upon what's happened today. Thank you very much. And our amiable, illustrious, industrious, hardworking, everything, the only lady to stand today. We are grateful, and we are grateful for everybody for today's sitting. Let's have this joint sitting more often, so we can have a constructive debate and learn from each other.
The next sitting promises to be spendious, spectaculous, electrifying.
In conclusion,
Why
Honorable Robert,
and I would say Youth Impact Parliament promises to be what? Bigger. We have a great future. And one thing too, okay, before I forget, I have a suggestion and I gave it to Mr. President last time. When we all come for sitting,
order in the house. Honorable Robert,
when we all come for sittings to sell out the Youth Impact Movement, I think when we come and you know that, oh, today you've performed very well and you've made a very constructive submissions and statements, you can go to when the video is uploaded on our Facebook or the YouTube page, you can go, you crop your portion and what, maybe use it. We all have either Facebook pages, TikTok. It shouldn't just end on our WhatsApp pages because after 24 hours, it's gone. So I'm suggesting we should have that time, we crop it, post, let's publicize the Youth Impact Movement because a lot of people are watching us.
thank you very much.
That's my suggestion. I would like to make. To do that, I will my honorable member from the Senate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is the majority leader. In fact, today I'm really happy and excited. Though the chamber was really hot, but we are all in a learning system. We are all learning. Yes. Today, I think both sides comported themselves. So they are both sides. Both sides. I said both. Both sides. Both sides. Yes. There's a discipline. Yes. Both sides. But just that some members are trying to do, but I think we handle them. So thank you very much. And I would like to hammer on the attendance. Please, let's encourage our friends to come to Youth Impact Parliament. We are really learning. Yes, we are really learning. Myself, when I came to this school, in fact, I can't even hold mic and lead. But today, because of Youth Impact Parliament, I'm able to sit here beside them. And it's really nice. And I'm really happy. Yes. So, thank you very much. So, motion and seconded. Vixen always has something to say. I don't mind. So, motion moved and seconded. All members in favor to say aye. Aye. All members not in favor to say nay. The ayes always have it. Therefore, the sitting has been adjourned.